And I was shown that that Lucifer would return, that the UN and the Vatican were going to be completely behind it, again, under false pretenses. He's going to show up and say, I'm here to save the day, right? And, okay, fine, you know.
Yeah, of course,
ahead,
you can say whatever you want. But I've always hated censorship. It's the internet.
Sometimes, you know, once they get you for your first love bite, well, it depends on how aware you are, right?
I forgot my bullets. I never had a gun. Here I am left standing. Am I the only one? For what I see, memories have guilted me. I'll never see the sun.
First of all, as you know, the Anunnaki and the Draco are enemies. Second of all, underneath Baghdad was a stargate that was created by the Anunnaki so that they could transfer from Jupiter to the Earth.
I'll never see the sun. I could just end it all, but the demons will have won.
Practitioners that, you know, some are good and some use their magic for good and to heal and to help, and others do use it for evil. And, you know, in some cases, you know, people really were.
This is too much sometimes.
From the beginning.
Too much sometimes. Whoa.
And then I was shown
starting again.
that
again.
that Lucifer would return.
No technical issues. No technical issues this time. We're live. Fuck it, let's do it live. From the broken ruins of Babylon, this is End of Days Radio. I'm your host, Daniel, broadcasting to you from those filthy, dilapidated, dusty, poo-stained, broken ruins of Babylon. I am broadcasting to you from those broken ruins here in the collapsed nation that was once known as America and is now just a pile of rubble, a destroyed nation brought to its knees by super rich billionaires, bankers, Rothschilds. I sit here and I wonder, how did we let this happen? Today's date is Friday, February 9th, 2024, the year of our Lord, 2024. Oh boy, it's already 2024. Our guest today is none other than Troublemaker Jonah. He's a researcher who discusses such things as Janus, the double-headed eagle phoenix, banker cabals running through hattusa and Hittites, Senator Joseph McCarthy. He's going to talk about how he's a true American hero. He's going to talk about the Oklahoma City bombing, Waco. Lots and lots of stuff. Great guest. Problem is he's not here yet. Problem is that he has not yet joined us, but it's okay. This is End of Days Radio, broadcasting from those dilapidated, broken ruins. And there he is. Remember, everybody, to go to endofdaysradio.com. From there, you can donate to the show. You can check up on upcoming shows, who's coming on. You can grab my email. That's Daniel, endofdaysradio@gmail.com. And I know my camera's crooked. I try everything. I don't know what it is. At this point, I'm thinking it's a curse. But whatever. Let us stop wasting time. Let's get right to it. Mr. Jonah, are you there? Mr. Jonah. Uh-oh. I got him up on screen. Maybe he's having some technical issues. Might not have his mic tuned in properly. Let's get back with him in a moment's time. We'll see if he can't get his issues together. In the meantime, let's see what Dr. Robert's doing.
I just looked at this. How you doing, by the way? This is Dr. Robert. Very nice to say hello to everybody out there. When you had his screen up, at the bottom it said his mic was muted.
Yeah, I see him doing something there. Looks like he's trying to get reconnected.
Well, what's going on, Dad? How's everything going?
It's all right. I mean, you know, these technical difficulties, they can kind of bring one down, but we always have them and we always power through. So I'm not worried about it.
Groovy, man. Groovy, man. That's the correct Zen attitude to have. You know what I mean?
I think so.
Yeah, you know what I mean? Just be ready for whatever comes your way. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You gotta be a man with a plan.
Get ready for the Logans. They just hatch out of nowhere.
Like, oh yeah. That guy's the best guy ever. I love Logan to death, man. That's my friend. He brightens up my day, man. He brightens up my day. He makes me smile, man. And then we got Jen. Jen and Logan got a nice little thing going on. So they really be making me laugh.
Logan's got some good marketing skills. I mean, I seen some.
Oh yeah, man. I'm trying to. If you can just get him to focus, man.
Well, I'm gonna make a metal song.
Want him to do, man. We can all work together.
He's got perfect music video material.
Oh yeah, Logan's badass, man.
And this is a guy that like doesn't even have like $20 to his name, and he's able to put together these productions. I don't know how. Imagine if he had a budget, like he'd be making movies like The Terminator, but better.
We had some kind of loophole with the where he could stream the video and audio through Twitter, and he was doing it without having a premium account. I don't remember what he was doing.
Logan's crafty.
He didn't even have internet.
Definitely crafty, man.
Like somehow he was getting free internet, like some weird, crazy loophole.
And then we had that experience, and Todd can verify it when he heard Logan just talking in the mic out of nowhere. You remember that Logan experience you had? That spooky action at a distance with Logan, Todd?
No, I've had one of those with Logan. Hello, we are here. We're live.
Yeah,
I had one of those with Logan, and I had one of those with Clint.
Oh wow!
When I told him, when I was telling a story about magic, about how to manifest an object, and if you want to get a Jaguar, a car, and Clint just happens to own a Jaguar, so there's spooky effects happening at a distance. Yes, quantum entanglement, and they call that quantum entanglement. Magicians.
Oh, real? Explain that.
You can wrap your mind around something. Okay, here's how that goes.
What is quantum entanglement first?
Quantum entanglement. Well, Einstein talked about it. Spooky actions. They started realizing when they were breaking down quantum physics. They realized there's certain things they couldn't account for. Spooky actions happen at a distance. That means shit outside of their mathematical control can have effects they can't explain. And they have a word for it. They call it quantum entanglement, where if you even start to think about something, your mind starts to wrap around it. Or if you meet a person, you start to get quantumly entangled, and all of a sudden now there's a connection that's built. And that can be you desire.
Oh, wow, that's just happening to Daniel and I right now when we said, "What's up, Jen?" at the exact same time. Like perfect synchronicity, man. That's quantum.
Jonah, man. Can you hear us? Can we hear you? You there, buddy? Jonah, say something.
Yeah, I can hear. Sorry, I've been having some.
There it is. All right, guys. My apologies.
My mic.
Can you hear me?
I must pull the.
Can you hear me?
For our guest has arrived. I can hear you loud and clear. Can you hear me, sir? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear. I'm dealing with some. I've been calling it my demon for a while here, and it just. Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you sound excellent. Nice and throaty and deep.
Okay. Now, hopefully it stays because I've been dealing.
Lost you there
Am
for
I
a
there?
second. Yeah.
Am I there?
Well,
No,
you
I'm
sound
not.
great. Did you just go by Jonah, or should I call you Troublemaker?
Let me try a different.
Did you hear that?
Jonah's fine.
Cool. Now, where are you originally from, Jonah? Ooh. Connection is
Everywhere in
not
Canada.
good. All right.
I'm
Up
from the
north.
railroad. Give me 1 second here.
Nice. Yeah, I think we just have a little delay. Not uncommon when we're talking to folks up north. Maybe the lag will settle. We shall see. But I appreciate you being here nonetheless. Can you hear me? Ooh. Technical difficulties. All right. Well, since Jonah's connection isn't great and we're having some communication issues, let's go ahead and bring the guys back on. And hopefully Jonah's connection will kind of settle. And from there, we can kind of pop in and out. I just don't want to have too much dead air because you know how that goes. Dead air is the enemy of mankind.
Hey, welcome.
I'm running all that radio talk.
Welcome to the show, Jonah. I heard you on with General Lee. I like that personality type you got going over there, the way you lay stuff down, the stuff you're talking about. I don't know if you can hear me.
He's on mute too. He's on mute too.
From what
I dug what I heard on General Lee's show with you and Jin.
from what Daniel said about the subjects that Jonah was to talk about, it sounds like it's going to be some good. Those are all good subjects to me.
Stuff. I love that stuff.
I knew you.
Jin, it's good to see you. And Dr. Robert, Clint, fantastic.
What's up, brother? How are you?
We got the A team here tonight. I am so good. You're looking good.
I can dig it, man. You know, man, it's interesting, man, because I read a little about that Einstein shit you're talking about. And he was like, you know, like it really fucked him up a little bit, man. He was like, you know, God does not play dice with the universe.
Exactly. They thought they could prove everything with mathematics and all. Got his mind blown.
The anomaly, the scientific anomaly of like a light. What is that? That split
can you guys
cell
hear me
thing.
now?
Oh yeah.
You know, they were quantum physics was really popular, important at that time. They were trying to develop the atom bomb.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Can you hear you, buddy?
All right, let's try this again. Jonah, can you hear me?
Hopefully that will resolve everything. I've been dealing with it. I've been dealing with this thing, and I call it a demon, but it's definitely electromagnetic, and it tends to interfere. But it's just kind of just. I sent Jen the pitch. It's like blown away out of me right now.
No worries. Well, let's try this again. And if we have issues, we will just bring the panel back on. That's the great thing about this show. So Jonah, you know, let's start from the top. How did you get interested in these esoteric topics? There's the demon again. How did you get interested in these esoteric topics? Yeah, we're having some issues. Yeah, this is...
So it sounds like you asked how I got interested into all this stuff, right? To be honest with you, I grew up a fuck. Oh wait, can we curse?
Yeah,
my younger
curse
brother.
all you want. Shit, fuck, ass, cunt, whatever you want to say. Just don't talk about the
if you listen to me with
thing that happened back in you know, the thing that's getting people kicked off of platforms. I'm sure you can vibe what I'm talking about. That's the only thing we don't talk about because we want to keep the show up. But other than that,
no, I don't know
anything's
what
fair
you're
game.
talking about. Like the September thing, or? I'm not sure which one you're talking about, but to be honest with you, I grew up with a younger brother. He was suicided by the Canadian government, even illegally. But hey, whatever, right? Who's going to charge them themselves? But
I'm sorry, you were breaking
when
up.
Oklahoma
And
City hit, right?
you
I
were
was about
breaking up a
13,
little bit.
14,
Can you
15
repeat
years old,
that? Something
somewhere in that area,
about
right?
suicide, Canadian government.
Now, yeah, my younger brother was suicided by the Canadian government last year for reasons that aren't even permitted.
Oh, and then we lost him. We lost him just now. It was just getting good. He was talking about somebody getting suicided, and then he's gone. I apologize, everybody. It's not anybody's fault. We're talking to somebody that is far from us, and there's latency, and he said there's something going on with electromagnetics. Sometimes the shows can be a little bit more sloppy, and it's very possible, like Clint, he's in the chat, he's saying, I wonder if he's being blocked somehow. Possibly. It seems that these issues will come up from time to time. Like I remember I was trying to do shows years ago, and it seemed like my electricity would go out before certain big interviews, or there would be an internet outage, like exactly as I was about to go on. And Jin is suggesting that Jonah download the StreamYard app. Definitely try everything and anything. I mean, if we have to do it again to get this to work and talk to Jonah, then we'll do it. I want to talk to this guy. These topics are awesome. It's a shame we're not really able to hear them. We got to kind of bring our panel on and off. But instead of bringing everybody on at once, I know we get complaints about that. Like, you guys are talking over each other. Stop talking over each other. We've been doing kind of more one-on-ones lately, and that doesn't mean we're going to stop bringing on everybody at once, but we'll kind of ease into it. Let's get back to Todd. Todd,
hey,
man, I'm sorry about all these technical difficulties.
You know what? Technical difficulties have almost been a trademark of your show.
Thanks.
It's a good thing. Your show's so much more. Daniel, your show, we suck. We suck. No, fuck those guys.
Yeah,
fuck them. Fuck those haters. We're better than Taylor Swift over here. Taylor Swift's got nothing on this. No.
She's a witch.
She's a witch, like you say. Your show's better than all that crap, because that crap's all mass produced. We're trying to do this on the fly. These are people that really care about what they're talking about, trying to bring something, trying to put stuff on. I'm going to do my first segment tonight, Daniel. I'm kind of excited about that.
All right. You want to do it right now?
Yeah. Right now? No, I need about a half hour.
Oh,
I need about a half hour. Yeah, I don't want to cut in. Jonah's coming back.
You need to have your dinner kind of digest a little bit.
No, I need to get my instruments in hand for my theme song. I need to get my theme song shit ready and then open the books and show the pictures. Right? I can't.
That's one thing I love about this show. It's one thing I love about this show is that the organic instruments. Like, we're not all about a bunch of synthesizers and computerized stuff. We like real hands-on instruments on this show. Like this,
you know why? Because actual instruments.
Oh, I love that. Ooh. It tickles my soul.
Instruments resonate where electronic stuff doesn't have no effect. These are real instruments. Something like that.
I like that.
Something like that. It resonates with your soul.
It's
this mystical. Is real radio. This is real live radio. We could fuck up all the time, any minute. We're still trying.
Radio.
How NPR does their crappy, little. Ours is going to be real before our segments.
And we're not like some kind of Rothschild platform.
Financed, yeah.
Yeah, just about
We're gonna
everything's
talk shit
financed
about
by
the Rothschilds tonight. No.
That's
Sorry.
all I ever do. I
We're gonna
challenge
talk
them
shit
to
about the
fight me.
Rothschilds tonight.
I
We're
challenge
putting
them
on
to
some
send
serious
a
stuff this
champion.
evening.
Wait, bring that back up. What's that?
Oh, this is Chronicles of America. This is all part of the segment I'm getting ready to put on. This is an old book.
Ooh.
Yeah, this is an old book that's a chronicle of every year in America. Big, giant, fat, 2,000-page book. And it
Damn.
has every year in the United States, what was going on that year, about 1 or 2 pages. I'm going to show people how propaganda works as I get ready to break down one of the greatest conspiracy books of all time. None dare call it conspiracy.
Yeah, I like
Look
that cover.
Look at this cover.
It's
If
got
this cover doesn't
the
blow
dollar
your
sign.
fucking mind. Look at every symbol that you bow down to, that you don't understand. Yeah, on the cover of this son of a bitch. This is one of the best books ever written. Very short read. I recommend everybody get it. Only for the fact that it has the whole conspiracy contained in it from a certain perspective. But on End of Days Radio, Daniel, we just don't take people's word for it on certain topics. We don't trust anything, right? So we have to break out things like Chronicle of America, giant history books telling you what happened in certain years, because we're trying to show people how propaganda works. This book, I went and looked up the copyright date, tried to find the copyright date in the book, right? They hid it. It's not even in the book. This book has a cover that removes, right? It's a hardbound, gigantic book. When I go to look up the copyright date, check it out. It doesn't have a copyright date. They hide it because they don't want you to see what year it's produced. Why wouldn't they want you to see what year a book's produced? Check it out. Like a history book. I'll just show you.
Todd, it's a little bit like,
you know why they don't want to show you the year? Because it's the people that control the
Your blue light is awesome, but it's kind of washing out the cover of the book and the
washing
word.
out the cover.
Yeah, because we can't see the colors of the design on the front. I love the blue light, but I kind of want to see like the words a little bit better.
Well, the blue light is just the giant TV screen that I'm watching you on.
Oh.
So maybe
thank you.
A light on. I don't know. Does that help?
It's fine. It's fine.
It does. The big giant light on.
Oh, there. Okay, that's better. Okay, I like that.
All right. So when I go to look up the copyright date, they've disappeared it. That's weird. Yeah, that is weird. But it's one of these big giant books about history. And I'll just show the front copyright page just to show that it's not there. There's no date. So I try to find out what date is this published. It's nowhere, except it is on, I find a clue on the removable cover page because they're advertising books they want you to buy. And right there at the bottom is a picture of the book they're selling you and the date.
Chronicle French Revolution.
And it says 1990. So this book came out in 1990, and it's a chronicle of every event of America and what was happening that year. So it's produced in 1990. So that tells you something. It's being told by someone from the year 1990. I would bet money that if you went and looked up a bunch of years in this book and said what the main news story is, and then you went to Google today, the description would be highly different of what is being described. You with me?
Yeah. Martian Medicine Man says it was first published in 1918. He says he Googled it.
Well, 1918. No, this is 1990.
Yeah, because there's stuff past 1918 in there. Like the moon landing happened after that.
The only reason I'm showing this is because we're going to go to 1970, the year the book that I'm doing the review on was published.
Oh, he says it was 1989.
1989. There you go. Not 1889. Come on now. But look at that cover. Wow, is that an incredible cover or what?
Yeah, a lot of people don't realize that the peace sign is actually satanic.
Look at the signs. You have the star, the red star, and the gold star and the red.
And the flat Earth map in the middle there.
You have the flat. Well, you have the hammer and sickle. You know what planet rules the sickle? Saturn. I don't know if they connected the communists or into Saturn worship. You have the dollar sign. You have the United Nations. You have the eye in the triangle. You have the black power sign. You have the O at the cross through it. The feminine is the feminist. And then you have the militant peace sign. What I was going to try to show is how if you go back in time and try to look at history, depending on who you're getting the historical source from, is how the view's going to be presented. I'll bet money if I go back to the year this book was published, 1970, and I look up 1970 here in a book that's published 1990, it's whatever they said happened in 1970 in the 1990 book is going to be different from what they're telling you on Google in 2023.
Oh, yeah.
You get my gist, Daniel? Yeah. So I'm trying to explain how propaganda works. They're changing history as we're moving through time. And here on End of Days Radio, we try to go above and beyond. And man, you have some of the best people on here, Daniel. Dr. Robert's segment is incredible. And Clint Eastwood and slideshows, just mind blowing. And then what you've done for years, Daniel's incredible. So I want to stand up here and try to present some stuff to people to explain where the conspiracy came in, how a lot of shit we talk about today first started. And how
I mean, you really turned me on with that change in history as we're moving along, because I see that shit.
Yeah,
that's exactly what propaganda does.
Yep, and they're changing faster as we're moving into time. They're changing it faster.
Yeah.
But I've heard it might actually be the AI that's doing that now, because it would be hard for, like, no matter how many people you have doing this, it would be hard to manage them all, because you'd have some people that are crazy and going rogue. And
well, have you heard, Daniel, that they've introduced the first AI newscasters? They're not even real people that are presenting the news now.
Shit, they already act like AI.
And that they're using AI to publish news now. They don't have journalists anymore. They just have computers presenting the news the government.
You know, that's interesting too. Did you hear about that case that YouTube just won? Well, they got a case thrown out that was raised against it, basically, about how like people are arguing that like the algorithm was like unfairly biased toward like people of color, right? And the judge makes the argument, right, that, you know, well, YouTube's not responsible for it. It's because the algorithm did it. So you
the algorithm
what the algorithm did. So they're going to start using it as a buffer, basically.
Dr. Robert, listen. The algorithm is going to be used against whoever doesn't like them. Now, it's not just going to be people of color. It's going to be weaponized against anybody that ain't down with what they want.
No. But that's not the part I want. That's not the part I want you to. That's not the part I want you to focus on. I'm saying what they're doing.
The algorithm, though, Dr. Robert, like you're saying, programmed by people that probably are racist. So I'm agreeing with you.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying
that.
I want you to. Yeah, now, you're probably right too. But I'm trying to focus on the fact that like what they're trying to do legally how they might be trying to shield themselves from certain liabilities
Oh
by
yeah.
using the algorithm as a kind of straw man, because you're saying
Yeah,
it's artificial
the computer
intelligence,
did
right? So you can make the argument, that it's acting on its own free will.
Exactly.
Clint, what
The
are you
computer
talking
killed
about?
that
AI
guy.
that turned into a Nazi? You said that in the private chat. What are you talking about, man?
One of the a few years ago, there was a I wasn't sure if I should say that on the main comment page, but there was an AI that they set it loose, and when they're like, "Here, take the net AI," you know, they set it loose, and then the AI turns into a Nazi, like literally turns into a Nazi, and
right.
then
It
they
got
took
racist.
it back off. Yeah, no, I mean it was the AI turned full blown Nazi because of
It was
it
saying Nazi
analyzing.
stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, it
That
was
sounds
reading
like
all that.
Skynet.
Within
It's like, we gotta get
24
rid of these
hours,
humans.
within 24 hours, it was communicating racist messages. I remember the story.
Yeah, that's where the internet is dangerous because people with weak minds will see that shit and fucking like, oh, I'm
Have you
gonna.
ever,
Oh, the
Clint,
seed's
have you
already
ever
planted here. That's why they knows, because who's the perfect example of someone who had like mass influence over a population, right? Hitler and racist rhetoric, right? So if I'm AI, right, and I'm learning that history, right, and I notice that the particular words and inflection, intonation that Hitler used was able to influence huge masses of populations and get them to do unthinkable, right? I would mimic that pattern perfectly.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah. Well, I like to
Especially
call him
if I'm trying to
Hitler.
take over mankind.
exactly.
Yeah, the
Sorry, guys. We're gonna try to talk to Jonah again. I apologize for the choppy interruptions and the switching up. I really want to talk to him. Jonah, are you there?
Yeah, that's me. Am I better now, or can you hear me at all?
A million times better. I think we're communicating
Okay.
this time.
I'm gonna turn the camera on briefly. Not that I usually care, but let me tell. Do you see anything like on the wall there, or even coming off of me? Like,
Well, I see your shadow. I see your profile. Man, I love when
no, but
people
on the
jump
wall,
on
like
camera. By the
steam.
way, what's that?
Like just like some steam here on the wall or whatever.
Kind
If not,
of.
it's not okay. It's all good. Basically, the reason I'm saying that is, and I don't know, really care about the camera being on, but I've been calling it my demon. So this thing that I've been dealing with, it's crazy, whatever, but it's definitely electromagnetic, and sometimes it interferes with. So it kind of looks like it's a serpent just flowing through my skin, and it's made out of light. So, I've been dealing with that for a little bit, but it's all
That
good.
sounds like
That's
a demon indeed.
Yeah, so it is what it is.
That's what they feel like.
Away.
You'll feel like a weird sort of feeling, like in parts of your body, like something's like just like you described, like snaking through your body and like trying to control your arm and shit like that.
Yeah, it looks like it's light moving through the skin, and then it looks like a serpent almost. And then, well, even if Raven's here, I know he said he might be signing on, but there's been times where I sent him some photos or videos, and he's like, "What the fuck's that thread inside you?" I'm like, "No, that's just that's a serpent. Like it sticks out sometimes or whatever, but whatever, who cares? Life is great, right?"
There are like snake spirits and things like that too.
Yeah. Well, again, too, like we could go into that, right? Like you have Johann Kalman. I don't know if you know who he is, but he does all the 9 waves of creation. I actually enjoy his theories and whatnot, but he talks about how the 5th wave we still had the ability to see the frequency of light and sound, right? So then we'd be able to see that back in the time, right?
Explain that a little bit more.
So basically what his theory is that there's different waves of creation, so different sound and light frequencies that are coming towards us from the center pillar of the world or the universe, right? So as we went from the 5th wave to the 6th wave, we lost the ability to see light and sound frequencies. So our ancestors would have had the worship of serpents because, if you think about a light wave or a sound wave, what's it look like in reality, right? It's going to look like yeah. So that's definitely it's Johann Kalman is his name, and Calleman.
Kind of like a butterfly can see into the UV spectrum.
Yeah. So yeah, and then that's his philosophy on why we all, like every culture, every ethnic group has a worship of serpents, right? It's because he believes that prior to, so the fifth wave to the sixth wave would have been right about 5,000 years ago, whenever everyone decided to build pyramids all around the world too, right? So that would also tie into why all of the cultures decided to build pyramids all at the same time for whatever reason.
That would make sense.
Yeah. So
the thing about
Yep.
the pyramids, like people have purported to have discovered them in other parts of the world. Like there's one like in Bulgaria, something like that. And then I've even heard people finding them like around the Pacific Northwest, and they seem to hide their existence. And I have to wonder because Clint mentions Chinese pyramids. I wonder if it's do you say Chichen Itza?
Yeah, Chichen Itza in Mexico.
Chichen Itza.
Teotihuacan or whatever. Chichen Itza is the one where like you go there and the way that it's designed on the steps is you can actually like it sounds like there's birds and all kinds of wildlife or whatever coming around you. It's supposed to be a wild experience. But so here's another fun thing when you go into the pyramids. And again, I told you when we used to send an email, I go all over the place. I go wild. If you go to the Yucatan, right? So the Yucatan pyramids are actually supposed to be much older than the Egyptian ones. And it's kind of funny because there's this guy, Augustus Le Plongeon. Now he wrote 2 books, Queen Mu and the Egyptian Sphinx, and he also wrote I forget the other one. But he has another one where the Mayan language actually is all around the world because the Yucatan was here first. That's kind of where Atlantis would have been, in the Yucatan area with Florida too. But he wrote all these books in the 1890s about Chichen Itza already been excavated or whatever. All that through archaeology. But then if you go into modern telling, they only found it in 1978.
Yeah, that's an extreme mystery indeed. I have to wonder if it's somehow related to what goes on in Egypt, where they don't let you like dig underneath the Sphinx, or they don't let you go into the Great Pyramid, like certain chambers and things like that. It seems to me that they're hiding something. Like even the fact that the area is occupied by Muslims, it seems like that's another effort to kind of hide what had gone on there, like the religious aspects and things like that, if that makes sense.
Well, even better, Memphis is in Tennessee, right? And you have Little Egypt, right? And or Little Cairo in the USA. Well, where exactly is that eclipse going to happen this year? Right over Little Egypt or Little Cairo, and now are they designing that because that's actually their true Egypt?
Ah, that is interesting.
Because it's going to be in Indiana or Illinois or whatever, right?
Yeah, and then you have the fact that the elite and their secret societies have been obsessed with Egypt for a long time. Like even Napoleon mentioned this on the last episode. He was super obsessed with Egypt. Did we lose him again? No! We had him! And then he just slipped away. And just when it was getting good, it was getting good, oh, my poor heart can't take this heartbreak. We have him. Oh, yeah, there he is. Oh, I pray.
Yeah, sorry.
No worries. No worries. I'm glad that you're back.
I'm telling you, this thing's electromagnetic, so I'm not being a dick here. I'm trying to work, but yeah.
Oh, we know. I know. No one's thinking that you're being a dick, dude. I had an experience one time when I was in bed, right? And I was like asleep, and I woke up halfway through the night, and I literally felt a plasma sort of like jello thing attached to me. And I managed to somehow muster my energy and push it off of me. And I literally felt this thing disconnect from my body. And as soon as I pushed it off of me, my mind went clear. All the intrusive thoughts stopped immediately. And I was like, holy shit, I just pushed some kind of demon off of me.
Well, the other thing that's cool too is and you can actually go to Ravens and listen to the episode, the FDR one, but we were digging into how FDR is a communist, and then I was also going on about how Joseph McCarthy is an American fucking hero, and fuck all those communist scum who killed him. But anyways, so we're going into that real quick, and then about 2 hours in on our second episode, literally just both our internets died instantly. Come back in the channel that we were in. 9 guests are in the room all of a sudden. So we're like, yeah, we're done recording today.
That's weird.
Yeah. It was fun, though. But I still up on it.
Yeah, when you were blanking in and out earlier, I was saying that that's happened to me a few times when I was about to have like a well-known guest on. Either the electricity goes out or the internet goes out. The internet never goes out, and then all of a sudden it's just out like an hour before we start the interview.
Yeah.
And then 3 hours later, when it would be over, it comes back on mysteriously.
Yeah, like when we used to do daytime, Raven and I, every week it would be like, well, let's record until we get kicked. Then we switched it to night. I guess the fucking government employees are too lazy to work at night, right? So then we just go straight through the night and whatever. We've almost never had it happen since we switched to nighttime recording.
I have to wonder if it's like even more than government employees, like if it's some kind of AI or demonic thing, like who knows?
Yeah, but AI or demonic, you'd figure they'd be 24/7, right? Because they don't really need the bedtime.
Yeah, they don't sleep.
So yeah, that's why I said like when we switched to nights, it kind of switched up. Yeah. So if we want to go back to like before, I'm from all over Canada. We were fucked up life. My brother was suicided by Canadian government last year.
Why?
It was his choice. It was suicide. But yeah,
Well,
they're up to like 13.
Was he a researcher or something?
No. He did medical assisted dying, suicide.
Oh, okay, I understand.
Yeah, it's like number 3 in Canada now. All of a sudden, right? It started off like 6 years ago. Now it's 13,000 every year. And last year they had so many that instead of doing death numbers in like May and June when they normally do, they waited till December.
Did he have a critical illness?
No. He just mental health issues or mental health reasons, whatever. And then that's not even legal, but of course they still did it.
Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that. That's traumatic. Jeez.
No, I don't. I'll say that was the way, and I've always said that I don't condone, I don't condemn, but I do comprehend. So we have fucked up life, right? But anyways, reason I brought that up. So people always have like this moment where they're like, "Oh, like I did this, I did that, and whatever." Or it was 9/11, and I opened my eyes, or it was it was Boston bombings. And I watched Tamerlane Tsarnaev get arrested, which obviously I watched that too live as it happened. But no. Like for me, I just had a fucked up life. I'll joke all the time. I'm like, man, I'm glad I was abused as a kid because by the time I went to like school, I knew not to trust authority. But even when Oklahoma City happened, right? My parents were getting a divorce at that time, so like that's when my mother told the whole family that I wouldn't join the Michigan militia. So it's been a long time for me,
Michigan militia, yeah. I was listening to Bill Cooper on our buddy Clint on Aestwood's channel, and he was talking about that whole Oklahoma City thing. And I have to admit, I never looked that much into it, and I was shocked about what I was hearing.
You mean the second bomb that they confirmed? They confirmed the second car bomb.
Yeah, I didn't know about that. What I do know is that this was like a precursor long before January 6th, but it had the same intention of
Merrick Garland was the prosecutor.
Patriots look really bad.
Yeah, it's called Patriot Conspiracy or patcon. Merrick Garland prosecuted McVeigh. Yeah, patcon. Now Merrick Garland was the prosecutor, right? So he made sure that there was no mention of the patcon operation. Now, and then when I say go all the way back, so patcon was actually, I tell people this all the time. So I grew up, and when I was younger, I was also into the skinhead shit too, right? So dumb, fucked up shit, whatever. Who
Wait,
cares,
I'm
right?
sorry.
We
You
all
said
had-
you're into what?
I was into the skinhead thing when I was younger.
Oh, okay. So you got kind of caught up in like the Nazi sort of propaganda type of shit.
Yeah. But so the
that's
reason I bring
fine.
that up.
I appreciate you like being open and honest about that. That's awesome.
Yeah, well, I wrote it off a long time ago too. But the reason I bring it up, so it is a known fact. It's actually in the Secret Service paperwork that the DOD and CIA were running satellite surveillance over America. Elohim City. Like Elohim City is what it's called in Oklahoma. So this is a known fact. Now, the reason I bring that up is the guys that they were actually running that surveillance on, his name was Scott Stedford. He was doing the skin thing, and he was clearly the purpose of the operation because he got 31 years while everyone else in the case got less than 6. But yeah, that's the one that I knew the guy. I met him once or twice just through music shows or whatever, right back in the day. But yeah, so he's Merrick Garland was the one who hit all that. So you have patcon, you have Patriot Conspiracy, which is all Merrick Garland. He takes office, and all of a sudden you have Patriot Front, right? So is that all tied in?
It's got to be. I mean, they must have had operatives in there from the beginning.
Yeah. Now here's the thing, right? So if you think of it that way too, right? So patcon was in the 90s. COINTEL was discovered in COINTELPRO was discovered in the 60s, right?
COINTELPRO, yeah, definitely.
Or no, it's discovered in the early 70s, but ran through the 60s, right? Then with the KKK, I don't think there was ever actually a name for that operation. But by the end of the 70s, there's actually a quote. I forget who it was. It was like an FBI agent or something where it was like, 4 out of 5 members are FBI agents undercover. So yeah, they've always had themselves in all the groups that are non-statist, you know?
Oh damn! Imagine being the one guy that's not FBI. You're really there just because you're a shithead.
Well, I mean, that's also they call it confidential human sources, right? Or CHS. So that's also like they arrest people, they turn them, right? But it was literally said that 4 out of every 5 Klansmen were tied to the FBI back in the 70s.
Well, geez, I'm a little disappointed. Like I thought we had all these racist fucks out there, but they're just a bunch of posers. It seems.
Man, I'll tell you what, too. Like again, too, I was into that shit, right?
Yeah, no, I want to hear more about this. Like before we move on, like how did you? Okay, this stuff, like this whole like Nazi propaganda, white power stuff, racial supremacy. This is some like powerful brainwashing stuff. Jonah, how did you turn the corner and get away from this?
Because again, too, I don't know. Maybe it's the way I grew up, but man, even like when I finally walked away, there was a bunch of people who get into arguments, but it was like one of the arguments that sticks out was like some dudes were pissed off that another guy got stabbed in his face. So like, well, cool, don't bitch about it on the internet. Go deal with it, you know? Like, fuck, you know? Dude fucked up, he got taken care of, and then now you're gonna bitch about it on the internet? And then so I was kind of like, yeah, like, what the fuck, man? If you're gonna say you're down, you're down. And then don't bitch when the rules get followed, right? You know, but then again, too, yeah, I was young and crazy and more of a nihilist at that time.
Okay. Will to power and all that.
Just more of a nihilist, right? More of like fuck the world because the world fucked me. Like, you know, didn't care if I lived or died, right? You know. So again, too, when you're all pissed off and
was it like a peer pressure thing? Did you have like a lot of friends?
No, I had some like, you know, it's the 90s, right? So you had like Romper Stomper with Russell Crowe. You had like fucking Higher Learning. Every time you turned on CNN or whatever, you know, every time there's always some shit about some skinheads, right? Jerry Springer or whatever, right? Martin Downey Jr., Robert Downey Jr., right? So there's always everywhere you looked. So there's a couple of guys locally, but tell you what, the way I got into like some of the national and international stuff is because I just watched the news and they're showing all the fucking addresses to me. So again, too, that's predictive programming, right?
Yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah, like if you think about it, death whale, right? You see, like even through even through like 2010s, whatever, right? All the operations that they're running on the Muslims, like They don't need to be in front of that fucking mosque every time they're doing a report. Or this mosque where authorities say, because they're telling people how to get there, so they fucking get fucking some patsies to lay some operations on. You know what I'm saying?
I'm sorry. Could you repeat that?
So they always tell you which mosque they think all the extremists are at, or where you get in touch, because they need patsies to lay an operation on.
True.
So that's when you see the news, they're always going to tell you how to get in contact.
Oh wow! I never looked at it that way, but it really is. The deception really is that thick. It kind of reminds me of a movie. It was kind of, I think it was based on the Oklahoma City bombing, where this guy's like, he's chasing the conspiracy, and in the end, they blame it on him.
Oh, didn't they try doing that with fucking what the fuck's his name? That Canadian actor Sutherland or whatever. They just did a TV show like that too, right?
Yeah.
Rabbit Hole or something, right?
Yeah, something like that.
So yeah, no, like man, well, if you think of Ruby Rage with Sammy Weaver and whatever, right? Sammy was the son that got shot, and Randy was the father.
Mm-hmm.
Or and then David Koresh stuff, right? People like talk about David Koresh, like whatever, but and they try to always play it off as like some white supremacist far right thing, right? But during the time, and I got the fucking photos to prove it, like Rodney King was happening, and he's like, Rodney, we stand with you, and they laid out a bed sheet over top of it, right? And they put that out, but it's hard to find that picture, and they're gonna actually play it off in the media like he was racist, so it's
Wasn't
all funny.
he just like a long-haired sort of rocker dude? That's what it looked like to me.
If you dig into it, it's
no, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm getting mixed up here. I'm thinking about the guy that got pulled out of the truck during the LA riots, not Rodney King.
Yeah, no, no,
long-haired dude.
Yeah. You're thinking, his name was I forget his name, but
yeah,
anyway, no, with even with Koresh, right?
Yeah,
his name was Bobby something, I think.
Mm-hmm.
But with Koresh, right? It's called the unwarranted warrant. So they had zero reason to be on that property ever begin with. And then they end up. They now it's kind of funny too, because you can look into it. You can look into again too. Like this is kind of how like I say, when my parents were getting divorced, my mother laid myself out as being involved in all this stuff when it happened, right? So yeah, like because that's where a lot of the abuse came from. So like I ended up giving like when they were getting divorced, I ended up giving like that I get not testimony, but kind of like sworn oath in front of the lawyer saying, hey, I know this happened and I have zero interest in being in custody or whatever. And then they used my statement to also get my brother no custody. But so it was what it was. But yeah.
Oh,
and then
so what I was thinking of is named Reginald Denny.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah. So but let's get with that is like so with the David Koresh stuff too is that whole thing, they had no evidence at all, and they raided them just to make a point, right? So that was all part of patcon too, if you ask me, because patcon was the main one, right?
He was talking about, like he's talking about, unfortunately, kind of the same stuff we talk about on this program, like End of Days, Book of Revelation, the Seven Seals.
Yeah, exactly. But what you got to remember too, and even Bill Cooper covered it in Behold the Pale Horse. They're going after compatriots, right? They're going after anyone who believes that they can survive without the government.
Exactly, the guys with the guns, basically.
Well, it's not even just that, right? It's anyone who believes that they can live outside of the government control is what they want, right? Because they need people to be at their will.
Oh yeah.
So now. Again, too, if we go into the Oklahoma City stuff, Man, they literally had, like I say, they had American citizens under surveillance from, like satellite surveillance from DOD and CIA. Right? This is known fact. It's in the Secret Service documents.
I mean, they're running Operation Delta Force. Linda Thompson documents it. It's like that whole scheme about that guy that was involved in Oklahoma. There was eight other people under suspicion, 8 other suspects. And all of them, William Cooper traces them to being FBI informants or straight up FBI.
Well, even better than that, there's Strassmeyer, right? The German son. He's the son of the German head of intelligence that snuck in through the U.S. border and was running the operation. And on top of that, too, the patcon documents, Southern Poverty Law Center had undercover agents in Elohim City, too.
Oh, yeah.
Not the FBI. Southern Poverty Law Center had undercover agents.
Yeah, plus they told people not to come that day who worked at the building. And then the seismograph records, William Cooper says that his people got a hold of the seismograph records before they were taken. And William Cooper said that no soft charge, or I don't remember the term he used, but he said that when he was in the military, they trained him with explosives, and that no fertilizer thing could take out a steel structured building like that, and that the seismograph. The seismograph showed there was a larger explosion, and that William Cooper believed it was a done job.
Yeah, well, Cody Snellgrass actually admits that he was offered the contract, and you can buy his book. But having said that, at the same time, I don't know if you'd be able to pull it up there, Daniel. But
Jonah,
it's called,
can I break in here for a second? Can I break in here for a second?
Yeah, go ahead.
That thing with Timothy McVeigh, they ran a full thing on Time Life magazine about how he was the first person. He shot the first in Gulf War I. Timothy McVeigh was a sharpshooter on a 50 caliber machine gun, and he shot the first bullet that took out the first Iraqi. And Time magazine did a whole thing about Timothy McVeigh, about how he was the most incredible sharpshooter before he ever did the Oklahoma City bombing, just so you know. So they were setting him up.
I've never seen that one,
but I read it. I'm like, oh my God.
When I was a kid,
they brought attention to the guy. Hold on. They brought attention to the guy because they're setting him up. He was even sitting there when they were convicting him going, I didn't do it or something. If you remember down to the end, they had 2 suspects, and then they finally limited it to just Timothy McVeigh. Remember, they ended with it was just Terry Nichols and Timothy.
Well, they had
McVeigh.
him in custody right away.
Here's the thing: is
when
I was a kid on the news, they said we identified the rental van by the VIN number on the back axle. And you can go to any back axle of that year or any year rental van, and there's no VIN number on the axle. Period. Any axle.
Let me explain something that they were doing there. They were setting the precedent that we should all be deathly afraid of militias, and anybody that doesn't like the government, that's a bad man. And they were setting it up. The whole Elohim City was, like you said, more. There was 70% of them were FBI, were federal agents.
Well,
that was where they started. Look, I was there in the 90s when they killed Randy Weaver's wife, when they shot Randy Weaver's wife in the head holding her baby.
He
shot her wife in the head, his wife in the head.
Well, they shot the Sammy first, right? They shot him right from the start.
Well, they
were
shot
trying
the kid
to provoke a response, like January 6th.
I can't share images on the stream there.
Yeah, you should be able to.
They were trying to provoke
that was the Jones generation.
Yeah, you go down to present, and you should be able to bring stuff up.
Well, that's an
there.
Alex Jones operation, but I mean,
What they wanted to do
I'm
is
just
they
gonna cut
wanted
it
to
the link
convince
into
people,
Anyways, if I can get this.
wanted to convince people there's a big giant threat from militias, and the militias are right-wing Nazis, and they're going to take over the country. Be very afraid of anybody
Well,
that loves the
that's not just
Constitution.
the only thing that happened, right? There's a bunch of things that happened.
There's a bunch of things. Yeah, setting up 9/11.
There's a bunch of other things that happened, right? So on top of that, yeah, there was that 1996 crime bill that no one talks about. The actual terrorist, I forget what it's called. It's a terrorist something. That's the worst crime bill that came out of the 90s. Worse than Joe Biden's. Like, anyways, it's the one that first partially suspended the American rights to habeas corpus before Obama suspended them completely with the NDAA. But yeah, so that's the big thing. Now on top of that too, right? They had all the.
Well, they made people.
They
into
also
threats.
had. Yeah, but here's the other thing, right? That a lot of people don't know, and I even surprised Raven when I found this out. But so we all know that they had the Whitewater papers, right? So Bill Clinton had all the FBI documents against him, and Hillary moved to that building. But on top of that, all of the DOD medical forms for the Gulf War syndrome were in that building that no one talks about. And when they went to court, or when they went to when they went to congressional hearings, the DOD said, "Oh, we lost them in a computer what's it called there, alteration or modification or whatever, basically an upgrade, but I forget what the word was."
My brother Charles got that shit. He's still fucked up from that shit. That Gulf War syndrome. He's still fucked up from that shit.
Hey, before I'll let Jonah. I'll let Jonah take over again, but I want to say hello, everybody. Todd, Dr. Robert, Jen, Daniel.
Hey,
anyway, guys.
Hey, Raven.
Yeah.
Raven. When we were recording FDR and we both lost connection, how many guests were there when we tried to tie back?
5.
Hey? Can I just get you to verify how many guests were in the room when we tried to sign back in after FDR?
I think it was 5. 5 or 8.
Come on, remember that. 9, remember?
We had 5 when we were doing the one show, and then we had 9 on one show.
So it's 9.
And General and I had 5 one time when it was just he and I.
It's weird stuff.
Yeah, I fucked up the whole first half hour or whatever because my friend's been kind of fucking with the internet.
I'm sorry, guys. I would have got here sooner, but I got caught in traffic. We had a ball game tonight,
No worries. Glad to have you at all, Raven. It's always a pleasure.
Yeah, Now here's the other thing too, right? Is because like I say, I grew up in the 90s was my time, right? So when Oklahoma City hit, I'm gonna be 46 next week. I was born the same day that Ted Bundy was being arrested for the very final time, right? February 15th of '78. But so like when we were growing up in the 90s, right? People don't really remember everything that happened back then. But right now, what I'm doing is I'm actually trying to pull the link to this. So we can actually show, or I can show you exactly what a bomb of that nature should have done, right? If I can actually figure out how to get the address here. But, there we go. So the IRA in 1993, 2 years before, actual like real criminals, right? Not real criminals, but real military units that know how to actually do fertilizer and ammonium nitrate bombs. They actually did one in the London Financial District, right?
Like the movie Fight Club, right? Where he's got a van full of fertilizer. That's kind of based
IRA. Oh yeah. But the IRA did that forever. So I just dropped a link in there, in the group chat there. If you could pull that up. But the IRA themselves did a bigger one, and that was the damage that they did compared to Oklahoma City. So again, too, you can also just look at the damage caused by those and be like, yeah, that's not a car, that's not a vehicle that did that damage.
Here we go.
So yeah, that's literally in London Financial District 2 years before Oklahoma City, a bigger bomb of the same nature, and that's the damage.
There's nothing left, basically.
Well, that's like no, but look at the structures is what I'm saying, right? So if you think of like Oklahoma City, they blew out the entire half of the building, right? Yeah. So this is. Compare Oklahoma City, where half of the building was missing with a smaller bomb, and then you see these buildings here that aren't even scratched on the front.
Yeah, just the facades got blown off.
So you compare those two, and it's obvious that Oklahoma City was not. Never mind, they do have all the witnesses that saw the guys doing the cords in the basement and around the pillars and etc. They were pulling things out during the day with the bomb unit there prior to the explosion.
Yeah.
Better. Hey, Dr. Rob, better than the IRA though. The IRA is kind of experiencing that, right?
Well,
I'm Irish. I love it.
What's crazy about the scenario is that okay,
two sides of the same coin, really. If you think of the IRA and the CIA,
but you don't know. But you don't know who. But you don't know if the group was infiltrated, and you don't know if they had a special.
Did we lose everybody?
They're all undercovers. But what's crazy? Okay, so the Tim McVeigh guy, he went to court and he was tried in a state where the crime didn't happen, and then he was they disposed of his body before the legal.
Well, guys, I think there's enough of us in here. We're gonna have to start miking our muting our mics when we're not talking.
But they also had Garland as prosecutor.
Well, they got rid of his body so quick because I don't think they actually
because he had to be assigned to another field office.
Yeah. And he was there used to be a video with Michael or audio of Michael Brezhnev, who was suspect number 2 on the it used to be on the net. Well, suspect number 2, Michael Brezhnev, calling the director of the FBI, and the FBI telling him to use quote unquote live stuff, and that used to be on the net, but they took it off, and it's crazy. I mean,
well, if you go to all the evidence too, right? In the Secret Service documents, they literally from the Secret Service they have a confirmed second device. Now, that alone is going to be kind of big, right? Then you go to the court. They never brought up the fact that there was a John Doe, too. It was supposed to be McVeigh by himself, and it was Merrick Garland who ran the whole cover operation with there's a bunch of other things that happened around that.
You know what, Jonah? The most important thing you brought up here tonight was Merrick Garland was there, because that motherfucker is still here creating all kinds of shit today. For Biden's administration, Merrick Garland is
the current Attorney General
for the United States.
He's the one that Obama was trying to put on the Supreme Court.
Yeah, so the fact that dirty cock knocker.
The fact that the executive office appoints the Attorney General is proof there is no executive, there is no judicial branch.
Fuck Merrick Garland, he's a scumbag.
Well, they've abolished the judicial branch and replaced it with the Justice Department. That's why the executive branch places the Attorney General into office.
Well, no. The Attorney General would still actually they always would have been under the president, right? Because the judicial is supposed to be the judges, right? So that's one thing.
Well, what I'm saying,
the judges are
independent
of the prosecutors.
Well, in 1938, there was a thing where the judicial branch was nullified, and that since it became under a military tribunal, that the Justice Department Corporation was created, and that that's when they had everybody in the grip of the 14th Amendment violation of the 10 square mile clause. where they were creating in Erie Railroad versus Pennsylvania, they created a duality of citizenship under the 14th Amendment, which made each state citizen a national citizen, and that national citizens the national citizenship violates the 10th Amendment and the 10 square mile clause, but yet they enforce unconstitutional, unlawful laws that violate our 10th Amendment every day. And it's crazy. I mean, everybody's sitting here worrying about who to vote for, and they're fucking screwing us out of our Constitution, the War Power Clause, the Gold Silver Clause, the First Amendment. You don't have a right to assemble. If you have 20 people show up every day, fucking cops will come to your house because they'll think you're fucking doing all who knows what.
Well, because of the C word, you can't even get together with more than 3 people if the government says so. So,
well, I never obeyed that.
I know.
First off,
who did? Yeah.
First off, I never even wore a mask, so
we all coughed on.
I never once wore a mask, and I'm in Canada, so
no, don't talk about that at all, please.
Oh yeah, we can't talk about that, or we'll get thrown off YouTube.
Yeah, we're not talking about.
Well, I was gonna say that I was I am disabled, right? So legally disabled with lung disease. So when they try to say something to me, I'm like, yeah, no, that's actually a violation of human rights because I'm disabled, so I can't put one on. Have a great day.
Were you familiar with the world government conspiracy? And that
oh yeah.
Well, I believe that the
okay. First off, if we're going to talk world government, everyone looks at this wrong. We got to go all the way back to 1903 at minimum, and I say further than that. 1903 is when Rockefeller first established the Chinese Medical Board. Rockefeller established the Chinese Medical Board before he ever established an American foundation, and that's where we need to start. Now we could go ahead and everyone wants to look at all the small things, but if we're going to talk about China,
Chinese Medical Board, because I don't know about Chinese Medical Board because China wasn't even a world power in 1903. The form
1903 they established it. I guarantee you that.
But I'm saying China was not a world power in 1903. Yeah. It was something they were playing with the globalists or whatever at that time.
You mean Rockefeller? Wait. Let me respond to this here because I got the perfect response to that. So you mean the fact that the Rockefeller himself or the Rockefeller Foundation was actually establishing China? Now
there wasn't the Rockefeller Foundation.
Under England.
No. Let me go ahead. Let me go ahead here. I'm actually what I'm doing right now is I'm pulling up from David Rockefeller's book. From David Rockefeller's book. It's called Memoirs. It was published in 2003. I'm pulling it up right now. I'm going to actually read this because everyone needs to hear this. I pulled it up a couple times with Raven. I have it right here on my phone. I'm just loading the let's go ahead here. And one moment. I do apologize. I wasn't expecting, so I got to make sure I have the right
I'm a fan of yours, by the way. I want to let you know I'm a fan of yours. I've listened to you on General Lee, Jonah.
Yeah, and, I did some good ones on General Lee.
Excellent. I like your train of thought, sir.
The Rockefellers donated land for the UN in New York.
Yes.
Yeah.
I was gonna say while he's looking it up
on a slaughter yard where there was slaughterhouse.
Yep, that's where their slaughterhouse used to be.
And Donald Trump actually owns the Trump World Tower right next door.
Whoa!
Where Bill Gates and all the Russian oligarchs live.
Talk about a massive sacrifice, massive sacrificial zone. Yeah.
Yeah, New York is a creepy city in general. Like the whole York Ride and all that, and the Twin Towers.
In the boas. Hey, Jim,
I've been to New York, man. I like it. I like it a lot.
Jim the Ninja.
All right, guys. All right, I'm so sorry. It's just getting like
I got this one
all over the place. So I apologize, Jonah. Like everybody has a great point to make, but they try to make it all at once. So we're just gonna go back to you and me for a little bit.
No, I got a quote here too, and so we just understand that I've done a lot of work here with and Raven can vouch for it. We've done a lot of work on the foundations. It starts with the Carnegie Foundation, it starts with the Ford Foundation, it starts with the Rockefeller Foundation. Now, this is straight from David Rockefeller's book. He wrote it himself. David Rockefeller 3. He wrote it in 2003, I think, was published. But I'm going to read one paragraph. Chase benefited immediately from the agreement. With the blocked assets issue resolved, we established a full correspondent relationship with the Bank of China, which finally opened a substantial dollar account at our home office in New York. In addition, the Ministry of Finance authorized a China representative office in Beijing. And soon after, we made our first loan to the Chinese Ministry of Mining and Metallurgy. The Chase World International Corporation, our information services subsidiary created in 1972, began to introduce American businessmen to investment opportunities in China. So they created China from the start, going all the way back to 1903, knowing that they were going to sell it there.
Basically, what was going on is like China was, the whole Boxer Rebellion thing where China was being kind of preyed upon by foreign nations. It was basically being used as a tool at this point that you're talking about.
Yeah. So Shanghai. If you go back to World War II, right? What did they do? The FDR is a communist, so he allowed the Soviet scumbag Joseph Stalin to show up in Japan when they weren't there. It took them like 2 weeks to get there because the U.S. won the war, not the Russia, not Soviets. They allowed him to come over. Then the communist Marshall and the communist FDR worked with Mao to overtake Chiang Kai-shek, who was actually an ally of the Americans at the time. So that would have been like, well, it can't be treason when it's the president. But anyways, so basically, the whole operation right from the start was designed by them. They kind of a lot of the weapons caches and whatever that were assigned for Chiang Kai-shek, Marshall was telling them the wrong fucking information and allowing the fucking Mao to go pick it up. So I mean, you can say what you want. But again, too, like these banking cabal, these Rockefellers, these Rothschilds, etc. If you go back to London's one branch, right? Then New York's another branch. Before that, they had Antwerp and Amsterdam. Before that, they had Venice. Before that, they had Ravenna. Before that, they had Tyre. Before that, they had Rome. Before that, they were in Persia. Before that, they were in. Well, we go all the way back to Babylon, but it's the same people using the same system to enslave us under usury.
Yeah, that's something that I've been questioning for quite a long time. Who exactly these people are? How far do they go back? And why?
Same families all the way back.
I know that.
On top of that,
I know that some of them are actually related to I Claudius from Roman times.
Yeah. Now, the family with the red shield. If you want to bring up that shield, we can discuss it. Rothschilds, but I'll do it without even looking at him. There's nothing about that shield that says that. There's nothing about that coat of arms that says they are Hebrew or that straight up tells you that they are. Oh yeah, the other banking empire that I forgot, the real banking empire, the first one. Sorry, the Knights Templar. So everything about the Red Shield coat of arms tells me that they're Knights Templars. Nothing about that tells me that they're Hebrew. So when people say stuff about that you're just anti-Semitic, it's like, well, how am I anti-Semitic? These people aren't even Semitic. Like, look at their coat of arms.
That's kind of
I can break it down too.
Classic way that they hide what they're doing as soon as you accuse them of anything. Oh, you are anti-Semite.
Yeah. So if you look at their coat of arms, so I don't do this off the top of my head, and I'm like, no, I'm not even looking at it. But so there's the silver and gold. So that's you also bring in the Janus or the two-faced gods too, right? Which is also the double-headed eagle of Lagash. So that goes all the way back to hattusa, Hattusa. Hattusa
What's
in Turkey. That's a great one. Hattusa is where, in my opinion, that's where Solomon's Temple still stands. But Hattusa is it's Hittite city capital. Hittite, under
is
the
it
Canaanite
spelled
family.
like Hittusa?
No, Hattusa.
Like it actually has USA at the end of it.
That's the capital. Weird. Now they even better. Everyone's talking about like the black cube. Well, I don't give a fuck about the black cube because if I go back here in 1500, they have a green cube. That's they have a green cube there. Why the hell do they have that green emerald cube there and not black? Because they don't give a fuck about Saturn. They're Jupiter worship, right?
Ooh, you're going deep here.
With Janus or Osiris or
Jupiter. Jupiter.
Oh yeah, like the how the Colombian Illuminati uses the green cross.
Yep. Yeah, and again too the great temple at Hattusa. There's the exact measurement of Solomon's temple.
Oh, interesting.
So, yeah, and if you go back to the I don't necessarily want to go anywhere too deep, but if you go back, that tribe allegedly is originally from the Canaanite tribe, which is the Hittites. And then
Oh yeah.
So
the bankers.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's got a lion. It's got a lion.
And on top of that too,
sorry.
Yeah, at the gate, it's called the double-headed eagle at Sphinx Gate. It's the oldest known double-headed eagle in the world.
Hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. Hold on. May I ask?
Yeah.
At the gate is a double-headed eagle.
At Sphinx Gate in hattusa.
Yeah. Do you know where else
see if I
a
can pull it.
double-headed eagle appears everywhere?
Where's that?
Everywhere.
I'm trying to find a picture on my other.
No, but that's
countries, the fascist world.
Yeah, that's what I was getting at. So that's what I was getting at. Now, here's the thing, right? And I give myself credit for this. I did it about 2 weeks ago by accident.
Yeah.
Everyone's looking for a false flag, but no one ever looks for the flag, right? So the double-headed eagle of Lagash, which is the name for the Freemasons use. Well, now the double-headed eagle of Lagash ties us to the Hittite Empire directly because of Lagash. It was a Hittite king.
Interesting.
Yeah. Now,
double-headed king, yeah, Janus. Totally.
Yeah, but
it was pretty too. That green cube, it was real pretty.
And that's now. So that's there. That was abandoned 1200 BCE. I think it was abandoned, right? So that's obviously older than any known black cube that we have that we're supposedly supposed to pay attention to the Saturn worship, right? Which is who gives a fuck about that, right?
Oh,
anything you find that easy.
Unless you consider the fact that Saturn came
I can ask a
before
question.
Jupiter. Okay, guys, we gotta
Can I ask a
try to not all go at once. I'm so sorry. I don't mean to be.
No, that's fine. I don't care.
Appreciate you, Jonah. We'll try again.
Who was gonna ask the question?
I'm not sure. It was like 3 people started to fire off, and I just heard a wall sound. But who was that just said something? I want to bring you back.
I'm actually trying to locate someone too.
I'm sorry. What was that?
I'm trying to locate something here too that I want to bring up, which is also gives further credibility towards the influence of the Hittites and the fact that the Two-Faced, they're hiding who they are by wearing the skin suit of the Babylonians, wearing the skin suit of the Persians, wearing the skin suit of the Romans, wearing the skin suit of the London, New York City. It's the same families, but they always wear that skin suit, and then they steal the wealth and the assets of the locals through usury, and then burn this shit to the ground.
I've heard that they destroy everything. Like the good guys build things up, and the bad guys, everywhere they go, they just tear the civilization.
Yeah. So think of it this way, right? So every time they leave an empire, right, they burn it to the ground. But now we're getting to the point where they can't really do that anymore, right? If you think about how much do you really know about the Venice banking empire? How much do you know about the Knights Templar banking empire? It was not anything other than a banking empire. How much do you know about the Roman banking empire or the Byzantine, or the fact that their banking was in Ravenna? I've done a lot of this, but it takes a lot to find the very bare minimum when it comes to anything banking.
Yeah. No, I agree.
It's always the same family.
Look at all those double-headed eagles. So if you're just listening to the program, Clint brought up a Google search, and he's just showing all these double-headed eagles from different places in the world.
And the purpose of the double-headed eagle, which is also the phoenix, so the purpose of it is that you can see the future and the past. So when they burn the shit to the ground, they can see the past, and we're too dumb drinking beer and watching soccer or football or hockey. And that's what they've done for centuries. And then
Super Bowl weekend.
Yeah. Yeah.
This is crazy.
Dr. Robert, you had a question? Dr. Robert Page and Dr. Robert.
You know, that cube is fascinating to me. Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
We hear you.
Yep.
Affirmative.
Yeah, that cube is very fascinating to me. What's the significance of it being green? Do you know?
I think I don't know if the significance about being green. Maybe Jen or someone else would, but
Venus.
I know for a fact with Jupiter and Janus, right? So with the reason I go with Janus and Jupiter is because I know it fucks with it fucks with Saturn's orbit. So other than that, that's why I've always
green
so
is associated
Jupiter
with
is
the
so
heart.
big
And why does it fuck with Saturn's orbit?
because it's so big. Its orbit actually overpowers it.
Weird.
That's why I always say don't get caught up in the Saturn worship stuff, like Jonah, exactly what he's saying. Like when people say that, it's a clepoth, it's a mistake. It's like a trap they deliberately set for people to get lost in Saturn stuff. So it's more of a dialectical relationship. It has to be the two together.
People don't understand traps like an animal wouldn't understand a trap, Jen. You know how an animal doesn't understand a trap? That's why they walk into it.
I just
and if you
feel
guys
like
can bring up
there's
that picture, I just put it in the chat.
You know, Jonah and I have had like very heated, not heated because we're friends, but like very like sometimes it gets heated. Sometimes we have these very heated like DM discussions about this.
Hey, I'm ignorant, but I'm not personal.
Yeah, it's not personal. It's not personal at all. It's just like intense. And I think that the thing about the traps is like as long as you can reason out your argument in a dialectical way, like looking at the Kabbalah tree is the best way, in my opinion, because you can see the physical representation of the spheres and the paths and how they interact. Then you are really doing something. Then you are really doing Kabbalah. Once you understand that there's an interaction between the planets and each other, and no one planet is like the supreme ruler, really. Like, not really, and no one planet has only a singular quality. They have multiple qualities, and that's the whole point. So when I say it's like a trap, I don't mean it's like, it's like for dumb people. No, I just mean like you have to be able to reason it out, and I don't find the Saturn stuff very well reasoned. And I agree with everything that Jonah said.
I appreciate this, you guys, because the Saturn thing really grit me. I went down that rabbit hole, and I still got all these pictures and shit. But that's a great point. If they're showing this to us, if they're putting it everywhere, it's probably another distraction, another deception, another layer of this web of lies that we experience.
I think that
and also Jen the Ninja, may I say, when I'm talking to you about traps, I'm not saying that what you're saying. I'm saying in more subtle form. They put traps in everywhere. They understand traps where we don't. You know how a hunter goes out and sets a trap, and he understands how that works. That's what these people do when they feed information out to people that aren't initiated outside of their group.
They're experts
people that run the world set traps.
Dr. Robert, go for it, please.
Well, they lure in people through the mysteries. The mystery of the subject lures in the initiates.
And so don't avoid the mysteries because they do that. Go in and try to figure out what's going on. Don't avoid them because there's traps. I'm just saying they do set traps. That's
no,
all.
100%. You're right, Todd. Sorry, Dr. Robert. Go for it.
What's interesting about this green cube thing and the double eagle?
I have an idea of.
I have an idea about. Not here anymore.
He probably just lost
can you hear me?
Connection. He'll be back.
Yeah, go on, Dr.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, we can.
I wonder if what they're doing is taking advantage of the way our mind works. And what I mean that basically is like we have a tendency as human beings to connect imaginary dots in chaos. So all they have to do is kind of like just hurl some funny symbols at us, and then our minds will do the rest. We'll just start making like arbitrary connections and chaos, dude. Just like when you look at clouds in the sky, right? And you can make shapes and see dragons and shit. It's the same. It's the same. It's the same concept and principle.
Pareidolia.
So all they got to do is I give you example of that too. I give you example of that too. An agent, like a CIA agent, I don't know if he's on the Ben Carson, but I was watching some of my brother. How my brother has like this one channel on YouTube that has all like the conspiracy shit and all like the hidden history shit and all that shit. And one of the shows I was watching, like the agent was basically saying, like, you know, like with all these crazy UFO enthusiasts, we don't have to make up lies anymore. We just throw shit out there and they make up all this crazy shit. They're doing it for us.
Yeah, totally.
100%. That's exactly, like, I am not a UFO or alien guy. I think Dan and I spoke about this one time, but I am friendly with Brandy, Renee, and like a little bit with Andy from Deep Share. Like, just friendly, not like I don't know them or anything, but I'm friendly with them, and they really have broken down like this, like how much the UFO community is gripped in exactly what Dr. Robert and Todd are saying. Like, they throw traps out there. They throw dialectical traps out there in so many ways, like the tunnel thing. Like, that's exactly what that was.
I'm gonna say an example real quick. Sorry to interject. We had a guest on here recently. The female that come on and talked about the twin flame. I can't remember her name. Do you remember the name, Daniel?
Maybe was that Laura Faye?
Laura Faye of the Twin Flame. That show got more hits, thousands of people following her with this idea of the alien, kind of the alien thing.
Well, that's because she has a significant following.
Yeah, too. But also the alien thing draws in more people, is my point.
The thing is, I got into the Twin Flame stuff a little bit. And now they're doing a lot to kind of make that look bad. Like, there's a whole Netflix documentary about Twin Flame. Oh, look who's back. Back again. Yeah. Troublemaker Jonah.
Right after your show, Daniel.
Hattusa.
Yeah. Yeah, so now I sent you that Babylon the Great too, right? The war trophy?
Yeah.
Yeah,
so you want me to bring that back up?
Sure. Now, again, too, right? The reason I'm bringing all this together under the Hittites, right, too, is because, again, when you think of what a two faces means in today's, like, between you and I, right? It means, like, you're deceptive, you're hiding something, you're showing one face the one way, you're showing another the other way, right? So,
sure.
You think of this group, the Hittites, right? There's like nothing about them, like, historically, right? They've done a damn good job. The same as with all their banking empire, right? Is when they get in there, when they've taken all the assets, when they've taken all the natural resources and they're burning it to the ground, they erase the history, right? So that's why they always have the two faces, which is you see forward and you see past. So now this one here I just found really interesting because this is a trophy is called Babylon the Great, and so that represents when the Hittites took over the Babylonian society, right? So they still have the trophy there. Now, that's in the Library of Congress from the 30s. Now, I bet you they probably tell you it doesn't even exist anymore, right?
But, what is that? Is that a lion or something else?
Yeah, it's a lion or whatever, but it's decayed, so it's in Iraq or whatever. But again, we also have to remember that a lot of this historical stuff is all lies anyways, because they're going to change their record. Like we started to get into earlier with the Sphinx, right? They claim that Napoleon was the one who discovered it, yet I can find pictures of the Sphinx in books from the 1600s.
Oh, yeah.
So, I mean,
well, a lot of stuff. The idea that the Sphinx, we talked about this on this program before, but the Sphinx probably had a lion's head, and then at some point they carved it into a face.
Well, let me see if I can actually pull the one that I have here. It goes back to like the 1600s. It's a lot more intricately designed, and actually, I think I know where it is.
Jonah, what initially put you on the trail of these Hittites?
Well, Well, that's a good one. So to be honest with you, with all the Janus stuff, what the flock, I'll give him a shout out. I was watching him one day, and I'm like, man, fuck this guy. He can't be wrong. So I tried to debunk him. Right now, all of a sudden, like now, I'm doing the Janus stuff every fucking week, just like him, right?
Yeah, I've been there, man. I've been there. Like, and sometimes people will say something. I'll be like, "That's bullshit," blah, 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 and then I'll research deeper. I'll be like, "Oh, he was right." Shit.
Well, the Janus is the worst too, right? Because if you think of it this way, when you have the two-faced gods, right, he can also be represented as the Trinity, right? So if you think of the Templars, they had the Trinity with three faces that they worshipped, and that was Baphomet, where the word Baphomet comes from, even by Elvis Levi, because they bastardized the word Mahomet, which was the Muhammad. But then Janus also has the four faces, which is Quadrophronus. But
okay, where does Janus originally come from? Do you happen to know that?
Originally come from? No, but now there's a bunch of different ways we could go with this, right? So Janus is also known as Noah, again too. But now if you go to ancient Greek, I am us, because in ancient Roman is IA, because they didn't have a J in ancient Roman, right? Or ancient what the fuck is it called there? Latin. So they didn't have a J as a letter, right? So it was an I. But Ham, like the son of Noah, was I am us in ancient Greek. So again, that ties in that way too. Now, Janus and Noah are both said to be the 13th god that create the chaos that sits above the 12 zodiacs, right? So then you have that there too. Now, the problem is too is if you look at any culture, we all have two faces, right? I recently came upon, and Raven and I just recorded on this. I recently came upon Plato Symposium or whatever, right? I've never heard of it before. But if you look back to Plato and Symposium or Banquet, it's called too, right? Depending on the translation. We all used to have the male and female face until Jupiter split us in two. And that's straight from Plato. So again, you tie in that way. Now, Janus, if you're doing two faces, you'd also have Osiris, right? That's the top.
That kind of makes sense too.
Yeah.
No. Because there's some evolutionary theories, right? That like when we evolved, basically, we were both male and female at the same time.
Yeah.
And we're kind of like self-impregnating. And then over time, it got more precise and more sophisticated. Because that's what evolution is, right? Just these mutations, right? And the mutation that survives, right, and is able to produce more survives, right? So you have all these compete. That's why we have the Neanderthals at one point and they die off, right? They just basically could compete or they couldn't adapt quick enough to adjust to the changing environment, basically.
Yeah, so we first I've heard other legends like that too, where people are all born as like these four-legged creatures, and the great spirit in the sky just ripped them apart, and it became male and female.
Yeah, but with Plato too, right? What I was kind of getting at too is that he says again, Jupiter, which would be Janus, split us in two. And that's like you go all the way back, right? So that's definitely one. But now one thing that I came across, and I'm gonna run this against you guys because I've ran it past the Raven. But when I think of the two, when you have they're talking about splitting us in the three, and then you have obviously like chaos and the creation, the two. But there's always I'll go with the Popol Vuh, right? So with Popol Vuh, you have the water that's still. And then you have the water that's it's got a murmur to it, and then there's the point in the middle. So you have three surfaces, right? The one on each side plus the center, or you think of the two pillars and then the center pillar. So that center is always like a constant, but it's a third layer, right? So the way I think of it, and when they say that God is inside of you, right? You have an atom, let's say a hydrogen, that is in motion by itself. Then you have the third when it attaches to another hydrogen and an oxygen, right? Then it becomes H2O, and then the third is when it actually does that transition. So that is going to be where we have like the Trinity within inside of us, right? All three, because it's actually converting that atom into usable resource for ourselves, right? So that's kind of where, you know, if you look at it, the God is inside of us, because every time you make a transition on one of those molecules, right, that's God. That is the existence, right? It's the all, if you want to go with the you know, with the Kybalion or whatever, right? So you got to break it down to that point, but it's still going to be all life. It can be broken down that far, but again, it can also be brought up above that, right? You know what I mean?
I've heard that Janus also has to do with like seeing into the past and future at the same time.
Yeah, you definitely can. Again, too, you could also time to Thoth and also Mementi, right? Now, and Raven definitely got into that when I was bringing up something else with Janus. He's like, "Oh, that's definitely it," you know. And but here's the thing too: is we don't want to get stuck on the fact that we call it Janus. Because it would be Janus anyways, and then here's the better one. If we go back to Etruscan before Rome, I go with Janus because it's Rome, right? And Rome is kind of we're living under Rome still today, right? But if you go back to the Etruscans before Janus or before Rome, it was Iovi, which was pronounced Yahweh.
Oh shit!
Yeah,
mine is blown.
Yeah. Again, too.
Can you spell that for me again?
Iovi. If you go on to the Library of Congress that I already gave you the link to, you can actually go and get pictures. And actually, I'll try to find the book. It's one of the ones about Cisalpine Gaul. But you can pull pictures of it. It's actually carved in walls 5,000 years ago. Iovi, which is pronounced Yahweh in Latin. So,
now,
I mean,
you know, this is interesting because something I didn't know until recently was that Julius Caesar was actually, before he became
created January 1st.
I'm sorry, what was that?
He created New Year's where everyone worships Janus.
Well, I was going to say he was a priest of Jupiter.
Oh, Pontifex Maximus. And now the Pope still goes by Pontifex Maximus.
What does that mean?
Pontifex Maximus is I forget what it is in Latin, but so Pontifex, that's basically the name that the Pope currently uses. But it's the bridge builder of the maximum or something like that, because Pontifex is like ties to bridges, and then Maximus is the maximum or whatever. Not, but yeah. But the Pope still uses that name, and that it is said that the first Pontifex Maximus was Nimrod. Is what they say.
The first one was Nimrod from Babylon.
Yeah. Who was the son of Cush, who was the son of Ham, which is I am us, which is Janus, right? Again, or Noah, which again too Janus is also said to be. So there's also so many ties, like
this is really, really deep stuff. So, like, you know, when you get into the Nimrod thing, there's a lot of conflicting research and conflicting opinions. But in the Bible, he's kind of he's not really a good guy or a bad guy. Really is he? They just kind of say he's a hunter before the Lord.
Well, here's my first. I'll point out that Hillary Clinton was trying to have sex with his corpse when the John Podesta emails. But aside from that. Yeah, the John Podesta emails that were WikiLeaks. But besides that, with Nimrod, my opinion is I used to always be like, fuck him, right? But the more that I dig in, I think these fucking Hittites took they took over fucking Babylon, and they wear him like a skin suit, so we don't actually track them back through Hattusa, you know? And that's the last.
I think I agree with you, because like here's my thing. I mean, I'm gonna go off on a weird little tangent here, but it seems like Babylon kind of gets a bad rap because like everything kind of gets blamed on them, but I feel like there's not a whole lot of evidence, like archaeological evidence, that they were doing anything wrong, if that makes sense.
Yeah. And again, too, like for me, you know, again, we know for a fact, they're like, so Freemasons call it the double-headed eagle of Lagash. Lagash was tied to the Hittites and the Assyrians, not Babylonians, right? So again, too, when they say that they go all the way back, like if you think about the Reginald family, they say that they go back all the way to Rothschilds or whatever. But do they really, or do they go all the way back to Babylon? But they just carry it to Nimrod because they want to say that they're of his bloodline and not their true bloodline, which they're the bloodline of Cain or the bloodline of Set, or if you look back at all the different histories, right? So almost every culture has this, where there's the twin bloodlines, the Gemini bloodlines, right? And that's then you have the Gemini, Gemini
Gemini bloodlines.
Yeah.
I haven't heard that one before. That sounds interesting.
No, well, Gemini, right? Gemini's the twins on the zodiac. Now let's go back. Even if you go back to go to the Bible, Genesis. If you look at the two bloodlines, they have pretty much exact same names. Maybe they're not the same generation, but the first 6 families have the same, or first 6 offspring have the same 6 names. There's an Enoch on both lines. There's a Jared on each line, right? So if you go back there, so again, too, it's a Gemini. Let's be honest, it could be good and evil. It could be different. Let's be honest again. And if
we look at the source, Gemini aren't Gemini 2 children of Jupiter?
I didn't even think of that, but I know the Gemini twins from Leroy DeMayo, where they're serial killers and draining people in bathtubs in the 70s in New York City.
Oh, shit. Draining people blood like fucking vampires?
Yeah, I know. The Roy DeMayo was like a top assassin there in the mafia in the 70s, right? And the Gemini twins would drain people upstairs at the Gemini Club. So that was New York City in the 70s.
Yeah,
and yeah, so even then, so if we're talking Gemini twins, right? So yeah, bring Jin in.
What's up, Jin?
Sorry about that. Hey guys, hey Jonah, you're doing so great. I'm really happy, and
yeah, I'm just talking shit like I always do.
Yeah, but when you get on a really great tangent, and honestly, I'm sitting back here and Dr. Robert and I are having our own conversation, but I can see the lights go off in Dan's brain. Honestly, I'm not trying to be funny. I can, like, when you're talking about the Jupiter stuff, I honestly saw light bulbs. I saw like
it's because dots are connecting. Like I kind of got into this Jupiter stuff probably because of like the Saturn stuff and the interest in the gods. And so much points to Jupiter, and we got to look at the facts. Like, if this space stuff is real, if it's fake, whatever, Jupiter is the biggest planet in the sky, and it's got a big fat eye on it.
Yes, 100%. It is. And you have to think, what would you use Jupiter for in planetary magic? You would use Jupiter for expansion, for wealth. It's ever expanding. It's the only planet that ever expands its power. It's for high honors. And what is the rule of magic when you invoke the powers of Jupiter? You cannot suspend things in the ocean of mercy forever. Ramak even wrote a whole book. It's called Tomer Devora. I know people don't like Kabbalah. That's totally fine. I do like Kabbalah, so I'm going to use that example. You cannot manifest things in the ocean of mercy because you will drown them. And the other thing is you cannot. Jupiter controls also then Neptune, which would be at Chokmah, as well as it has a great influence over Venus, which would be at Netzach. So you have the whole blue pillar, that whole pillar is then ruled by Jupiter. So when we're talking about like Saturn worship, like Saturn is very important, and some factions, I think Jonah might agree with this, do worship Saturn, but in the scheme of things, it is really Jupiter that influences the whole kind of scheme. And a lot of people believe that Jupiter is going to be Kether in the age of Aquarius because of the blue-green color. They always try and push that blue-green color. Well, that is Chesed. That is not really Kether.
So you kind of get to Ukraine too, right?
Yeah, yes, exactly. And what is green? Just like Daniel said, the divine twins of the wind. Green in Buddhism, this is a more Buddhist thing, but it's actually, I think, a missing piece, is that green is the color of all colors in Buddhism, as well as it is the color of the wind activity. So it's green Tara, mother of the milk ocean. Who she is married to? Jupiter. Sorry, Jonah, go ahead.
I was going to ask you, since I have you on, like, you know me, I don't give a fuck about magic, but I probably should.
Anyway, metaphors I know.
Anyways, I recently pulled a book, and I found this one, and you're going to love this one, maybe or maybe not. The Grimoire of Tiamat. I recently pulled that when I was going to, like, pulling old books. Have you ever heard that one?
Yes.
I have that book.
I was like, yeah, this isn't what I was thinking of. Like, I was thinking it's gonna be like some fucking. I was thinking it's gonna be like like an ancient tale or whatever, like a folklore, like the Book of Jasher. One that's history but not well known.
I had some weird experiences with that book, and I took it and I locked it in a box.
Because it's clip-off?
Padlock on it, and I never want to see it again.
Yeah, I mean, it's left-hand path. It's total left-hand path.
Wait.
Since
I brought this up, and Raven and I did this. Now, how about this? The World Fairs. Have any of you guys ever looked at like the 1939 World Fair or the 63, the ones in Flushing Park or Flushing Meadows, whatever, New York City?
Yeah, got into that with the mud flood stuff.
That are done on Klepoth, the Tree of the Dead, like literally the layout of the park. And then they put Kether at Flushing Gate, and they put Corona at what was it? No, Corona was at Flushing Gate. And then the top of the other one was, anyways, both of them are. So it's intentionally designed that it was laid out that you're doing the tree upside down. And then Trump Family Homes was on Titheret or whatever, which would be Tagaron or whatever the fuck it was. So like his family was bringing in the dark souls into the world in 1939.
Well, it's interesting because Trump does seem to play a lot in Gavura, Tifereth, and Hode. He is the orange man after all. So all of those, it's like the orange sphere, the red sphere, and the yellow sphere. So that's very Trump, right? And he's all about ego. That's very Tifereth. He's all about like fiery words. That's very Gavura. He's all about when he triggers like the shit libs. That's very Hode. That's using words as power. So he really loves that sphere. So I just think that's very interesting.
Yeah, I've noticed that Trump is using some kind of magic when he speaks.
100% magnetizing. That's where it happens at Hode. If you were trying to magnetize someone with speech like Bashakaran, that's where you would do it. That's exactly. Yeah, it would be Mars or Mercury.
Go ahead, Jonah.
I was going to point out, I know with the New, and I brought this up last week with Raven, but with what's it called there, New York Patriot and Lux back in the day when they were doing the first one, when the shit in Ukraine first popped off. By the time they were done, I literally said to the New York Patriot, I'm like, yo, brother, like, man, I was fucking mesmerized the whole time as a skinhead, because I went back and so like when they said one thing that just like had me. They're talking about St. George's Cross, and as soon as I heard that, I went back and started looking at the CD covers and some of the lyrics. I'm like, holy fuck, that whole thing is a magic operation. So
which brings us back to our original conversation earlier when you were having all that trouble with the demon. Let's go back to Elon again. In the Neuralink, basically, and in artificial intelligence, right? So if you have an AI program, right, that could mimic or create like an artificial, like Hitler-esque consciousness that one can implant in the mind of a human being that begins to take on Hitler's mannerisms, his inflection to speak, his ideas, the way he talks, because he's one of the most like magnetic people on the planet. Look what he was able to get people to do, basically. Yeah. So then, now think of this also. Think about like you have like thousands of Hitlers, right? Like artificial Hitlers, like people that have been imbued through Neuralink with an artificial Hitler-like consciousness that can go around and create all.
Hey, Dr. Bob, I got a question for you though, and I've asked this with Gen 2, and I've come across this by accident, but when we've all seen the meme, right? Don't be the one guy that's be the one guy who's not raising his arm. But when you think about it, and I came across this by accident, when you look at all the Nazi propaganda, or not all the Nazi, like when they have their rallies, when they liberated Poland, why was everyone fucking happy if he was evil? You know what I mean? So I know for a fact he was the other side of the dialectic when it comes to.
Hold on a minute. When you say that, you say, why was everybody happy when he's evil? When they liberated Poland, did you say when they liberated Poland?
Well, that was Danzig, which was Germany, right? So when you go back, they liberated.
When they're coming in the pictures. When they're showing it, why isn't everybody happy? Is that what you said?
No, I said, why is everyone happy? Because if you look at those pictures, if people are in the street, there are people there in the street actually inviting them in, right? So again, too. Here's the other thing, right?
Because you asked me the question,
Go
right?
ahead.
What year?
Yes,
what
I give
year
you.
is this?
I give you. I give you another angle on it though. Like because like a lot of people was mesmerized because he's very charismatic, and he was taught these occult practices, and he's very good at mesmerizing people. Because even at one point we have quotes from JFK where he talks about Hitler was a great man. Like at one point in time, like people thought he was very good for Germany because he was doing, because it's deception. This is basic deception.
Robert, he wouldn't be on Time Magazine's cover if he wasn't.
Exactly. It's just like it doesn't have to do with it's basic deception. I'm just giving you a different angle. I'm not saying I'm right, and I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just giving you a different angle.
It's
just
Theosophy.
I think
here's my other question. Right?
I don't think it's like that. I don't think either of them, like I don't think Jonah and Dr. Robert are saying anything opposed. What I think is
I'm pointing out the fact that
just an alternative theory.
I like it though.
Go ahead.
I think he was. I think they all have mesmerizing powers. That's the whole point.
Now,
not just
another question.
Let me make one more point, and then I'll let you go off. I think it's going to help you out. I think this is going to help you out. So think about Trump, right? So like you have a guy, right, that's been accused of like pedophilia, right? Sleeping with young girls,
accused, not found guilty. Dr. Robert accused, not found guilty.
I'm not saying it's true or false. I'm saying but it's overwhelming charm and charisma overpowers his shortcomings. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, you just give me the best example, though, right? You just give me the best example. If you think of a Trump rally, and if you think of like Nuremberg in '38 or whatever, right? Those Trumpers aren't happy like those Trumpers aren't happy like those Germans are, right? Now, if you go back to Jesse Owens, did Jesse Owens say that Germany was a better place or USA in 1930s? He said Germany.
USA.
In his own autobiography.
Well, he said he was treated better in Germany than the United States.
In Germany, they were more liberal.
And that was Jesse Owens, right?
The Nazi was the first. The Nazis were the first trial run of the New World Order, and that it was a theosophy religion.
Liberal. They busted Germany in two after World War I. They broke it down, turned it into a weird,
I'm gonna ask another question.
Broken country. They brought in pornography and.
Well, they were socialists. They were
Germany after World War I.
They weren't socialist at all. They were not socialist at all. They had socialist in their name, but they first off, so the Germans. He made sure that and I've looked into this recently. He made sure his people owned property. If you were German, he made sure you own property. So that's not socialist.
Well, you can look up the definition of Nazi, and it means National Socialism.
They call it National Socialist because they give a fuck about their people. So they were socialist to Germany.
World War I,
and they
forced the Germans. Hold on, Jonah. After World War I, they forced the Germans into such horrible circumstances. Their whole economy collapsed. They took advantage of it. Prostitution and everything they could bring in.
And he actually returned their economy to like pretty even. But anyways, no. The reason I'm asking, and I'm gonna go ahead and because this is actually I grew up with skin too, right? Again, everyone's up, but the reason I'm asking this is because like I never actually looked into the history of it. Now, here's the other thing. Stalin was an ally, so was he a good guy? Right? Let's just start there.
Can you hear me? Okay,
Jonah? Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, good. Sorry, I had to mess with my equipment a little bit. Please continue.
So I was gonna say Stalin isn't a good guy. Or now again, too, I'm not siding with Hitler because fuck him. He was the other side of the dialectic, right? But I'm pointing out the fact that like if we look back and we're told that like Stalin was our ally, he was the good guy, and we need to like worry about that whole society. Well, why do we need to worry about that society? There was something happening there that the Germans were happy that you don't see that in rallies elsewhere. But we also know for a fact that do you know about the Katyn? Katyn? Dan or anyone here? Katyn?
No, never heard of that.
In 1950s, the Senate of the U.S. Senate or whatever, they did a whole investigation where because it was allegedly a slaughter of Polish people by the Germans, but it was FDR covering for Stalin. So again, too, that's literally outright. He covered an entire slaughter of 100,000 people that was done of Polish military officers, and then FDR covered it up and said it was the Germans, not the Soviets. So again, too,
it was the Soviets who did this. It was the Soviets.
Yeah.
Weird. Wow.
And he covered up. He overrode military officers. This is all in Senate records. So again, too, we need to be. Either way, both of them were bastard children of the Rothschilds, and they were working. Maybe not together intentionally, but we need to be. What I'm trying to get at is we need to be like we shouldn't be thinking that's like Germans were the outright evil because they were the safe and effective version of 1940s. So if you get what I'm saying.
Yeah, there's a lot of controversy around this topic. It's very confusing. Some people look at Hitler like, oh, he's this hero. He was fighting back against the Rothschilds and the big bankers. And then we also have the other school of thought that says, no, they were funding him from the start. They were behind everything that he was doing. They had the same goal. It can be very confusing because you have people coming at you from all kinds of angles, and there's a lot of propaganda and brainwashing going on.
And you just set me up for the best one here. So let's go ahead. Because I told you when we were talking topics, fucking communists, fuck them. I hate commie scum, every one of them. But anyways, so we go back, all right. So what we need to realize is the communists, how do they get in power? Is because they give you dialectics, right? So I think it was Hegel came first, right? Then what is his name? Engels was a student under Hegel, I believe, if not Marx as well. So when he writes his book, The Communist Manifesto, that is actually just basically plagiarism of Clint and Roosevelt and what's his name? Adam Weishaupt, right? And Illuminism. So communism is nothing more than Illuminism, which we already knew, and it goes back before that as well. Clinton Roosevelt, who is actually related to the two Roosevelts, is he wrote The Science of Government, and it was something about the laws of nature. But anyone can go ahead and pull that up on the archive or whatever. And yes, his name is Clinton Roosevelt. And it's pretty much the Communist Manifesto 10 years before Marx. And it's a much worse read. But again, I was getting on the dialectics. So the dialectics here, right? You start with Hegel. He's the Hegelian dialectic. He was directly involved with Marx and Engels. I forget how. Then you get to Lenin. Lenin has I forget which one of his works, but he has dialectics. He has an entire book on dialectics. Then you have Trotsky had dialectics. After that, there's anyways, I forget, but there's a bunch of them. So what the purpose of the communists, and now they're going by communitarianism now, I think it's called, which is basically communism. So they always want to give you two dialectics, right? They want to give you the two options. Now, neither one of the options is the end result. They're working towards the center, but they give you the extremes, and then they guarantee, the Noam Chomsky quote, you can argue as long as you want, as long as it's within the parameters that are set for you, something to that effect. But it's all Illuminism.
The thing that puzzles me about this is extremely fascinating, but it's also extremely complex. It's like they're, that joke people make about how they go, oh, Trump, he's playing 4D chess or 5D chess. These people literally are playing some kind of 5D chess. And I want to know how the hell they're doing it. Is this a computer? Is this an entity? They seem to be able to see, think, and perceive the future. Maybe this has something to do with Janus in a way that we are not able to do.
Yeah, I think a lot of it though too is it's the secret societies too, right? Too when they when you know what the end result is far enough out, and then let's be honest, like if you have like three people at the top and You know, all you need is like one or two at the top who knows what it is, and then they send out like they can send each one of their minions out to like the Freemasons, the Jesters, the Shriners, whatever, and those ones know what the end result is, but they don't know why, right? You know what I mean? So you could actually align it that way as well, right? So as long as
and it's hard even to quantify any of this because the Masons, same thing. Like some people think that they're just this evil organization. Others think that, they were good, but they were taken over by the Bavarian Illuminati. So there's like these two sides, white and black. You've heard that, right?
Yeah, and they're all inbred, right? You know, if you go back to Count Elizabeth, and I'm Canadian, so I probably shouldn't say that because, you know, I'm still technically under a rule, but, you know, what is she? She's the 43rd descendant of Muhammad, so that makes the retarded chimpanzee with the Down syndrome the 44th, right? The current one.
Are you talking about the Muhammad?
Yeah.
Oh, she's related to Muhammad, like the guy that created
direct
Islam.
Descendants. Direct
Weird.
descendants.
I did not know that. That's interesting.
Yeah. So again, too, this just shows you that these are the same families. You know, they're the ones creating the religions or whatever. So a lot of the times, too, you know, they're the ones who are at the top all the time. Yeah, if you pull it up, you know, you can search right now, Queen Elizabeth Muhammad. Now, if you go all the way through, there's one along the line where you make the assumption that it's the bastard child of the landowner and not the bastard child of another servant or something, but that is about it.
Yeah, that tends to happen. And I know it does happen because like even me, myself, my ancestry comes from a servant that was raped by a royal. So I know for a fact that this does happen.
Yeah. So no, she's a direct descendant of Muhammad too, right? So then you get that all the way now, and you have if you think about too, the what is it there? The crescent moon that they use, right? That goes back. That symbol is actually Justinian and Byzantine, and it's not related to the Islam religion at all. Again, too. So
it's Sen, the god Sen from ancient Mesopotamia.
I didn't know that, but I know it's Justinian too, right? So they stole it from Justinian and Byzantine when they took that over. So I mean, like if you look back again, all these families tie in now. Like I say though, if you look, every one of these banking cities. So again, whether it was Tyre, right, whether it was Ravenna through Byzantine, or which is Constantinople, or if it was.
Are you talking about Tyre like in biblical times?
Yeah, like Tyre, Tyre, which is basically in Libya.
Does this have anything to do with the Bible and Isaiah and the king of Tyre and all that?
Oh, I don't know. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the fact that they were a banking empire. So literally, they were a banking empire where they paid for all their mercenaries, whatever. They did nothing but steal the wealth of all the fucking Phoenicians. And that's the same. So it's these same families that have been stealing the wealth from all of us. So all the way along. What they do is they go in, they institute usury. Then what they do is they'll collect the interest. They steal all the natural resources. What they're doing with the USA right now, selling off all the like China, the oils, etc. Selling off the land ownership. You know, they're trying to do the natural asset companies. Now, if that goes through, you're all fucked. But it's the same game plan all the way through, and you have to dig in a little bit. Now, Hannibal, right?
Real quick, Jonah, are the Hittites the same as the Hivites? Hivites?
No, I'm not sure about that. I know Hittites are one of the branches of the Canaanites, right? So it probably, you know, again, too, that would go back to Canaan then all the way, right? So again, that would be the second bloodline.
Yeah, and I only say that because do you remember that girl that was like going on social media and she was claiming to be sexually abused by a certain actor? I'm not going to mention his name. But
if it comes to that, fuck Hollywood. They make me sick. It's like sticking my head in a bucket of shit. So no, I know nothing about Hollywood.
Yeah, well, I just remember she was bringing up the Hivites, Hivites, and she was basically saying these guys are responsible for everything. And at the time, I was like, "What the fuck is she talking about? I don't understand what she's talking about." But I'm getting kind of dots connecting.
She might have been saying it right or wrong. You know, who knows? It may be another name for it too. Because if you go back, like I say, if you go back to like Latin. There was no J for Janus. It's Janus. Yeah. So it may be the same thing, right? But I will point out Screen Actors Guild. What is their logo? Janus. The two faces.
Oh.
The Screen Actors Guild, and then they've updated it now where he's wearing the black and white. It's one dude with he's dancing or whatever. He was wearing a black and white suit, but again, too, that's duality, which is also Janus.
Yeah, this is trippy stuff.
AFTRA.
Yeah, so Jonah, I hate to change the subject, but I mean, I'm not really. But I did want to ask you about something that you were talking about that is just like really fascinating to me. You're mentioning something about them using social engineering on minorities.
Yeah. That's easy enough. Let's go ahead. Social engineering on minorities, like the time that they were, where Bobby Kennedy and the Department of Justice was using the black activists through SNCC with Howard Zinn, etc., to register the radical activist black youth in election registration. And yes, that was Bobby Kennedy through the Justice Department, but they couldn't do it through the Justice Department, so they used the foundations like Rockefeller, etc. But so all these foundations.
This is JFK's brother, Robert, right?
Yeah, Howard Zinn talks about it in his book about SNCC, which is the student whatever. SNCC with Howard Zinn. Give me a second. I'll tell you what the name was. So he was the Freedom Riders or whatever. Howard Zinn, communist, Frankfurt School. He was directly involved with JFK and whatnot. Or Bobby Kennedy actually is the Department of Justice Attorney General, setting up voter registration of communist activists. So that'd be one way they'd be social engineering, right?
Yeah, that's really disturbing. So were the Kennedys racist then, or at least Robert Kennedy was?
No. So SNCC was the Student for Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, but basically what they were doing is they were registering the black socialists, black communists, whatever, through Howard Zinn, Frankfurt School, etc. Kennedy wasn't racist or anything. They were just registering the guaranteed Democrat voters, right?
Oh, I see. So it's kind of like nowadays where they let all these migrants come in because they want more Democratic voters.
Well, with that, kind of, sort of, but with what they're doing is they're registering people that had statist leanings because Democrats are going to be statist or whatever, so they're registering those with leanings towards government authority. And so which is kind
people
of funny.
That are more complacent. It's funny that you mentioned that. I apologize for switching topics so much, but I feel like there's a certain element of that to many of the religions people believe today. Like I feel like people accuse religions of being programming. I don't fully agree with that, but I do feel like the majority of religions are designed to get you to kind of submit to authority, submit to government.
Rockefeller, we can go for a fact now. What we need to, when we're looking into the Rockefeller foundations, etc. Now, they were already starting the foundations prior to this, but 1911, they had the Sherman Act, and then in about 1913, they had the whole thing with Colorado where they killed a bunch of people. But when he had the Sherman Act, where he actually lost and had to break up Standard Oil, that's when he decided to buy the universities that provided the educators. Now, education itself, the etymology of the word education is to train an animal. So you're the animal being trained.
Okay. Interesting. Interesting. I like that.
Anyways, so he bought
a lot of mind-blowing moments coming from Jonah tonight. This is End of Days Radio. Our guest is Troublemaker Jonah. Todd's about to talk. Go ahead, Todd.
I think Rockefeller, one of them, did say that at one point. Just train the animal and do what makes me money.
But he, when he lost, when he lost his antitrust or whatever, monopoly or whatever, he bought out all the schools that provide the so he bought out the teachers unions or whatever, schools, whatever. So he just started buying all the university professors, and then he created the institutions that actually would be the one teaching you and giving you your point of view. Now, on top of that, do you think about the money that he spent on
listen, Jonah, you're so correct. And if you say this, people, don't get it. The Rockefellers literally got into everything that will shape and change and control your life and foundationalized their control of all of our society of medicine and education,
Even better.
and everything at the turn of the century, so that nothing could get outside of it. They get rid of herbalists. They get rid of anybody that had an alternative thought about science or right.
Even better. Even better. They're getting the money tax free as a tax free exempt organization.
And they're getting paid to do it.
Yes, because he runs the bank. So he's got it all.
Unreal. And what's funny, here's the best part. There's a certain point, John F. Kennedy got asked the question, why is our treasury, or why is our government paying a private company, the Federal Reserve, to print our money and charge us interest, when as a country our treasury could just print it ourselves and not be charged interest? The only reason there's a debt, there's a debt is because a private company outside of the government, our own government, controls our government. That's secret.
It's even better than that too, right? If you think about so Abraham Lincoln is the one who actually brought in like the greenback, which really gave him, which actually kind of set it up so that they could do the Federal Reserve. On top of that, but before that, you had Andrew Jackson, right? So Andrew Jackson's basically told that, like, we're told he was a piece of shit, and that
big fight right there. There was a big fight right there, in the 1800s. Between the United States as a sovereign country and this global government, this octopus that runs everything.
Yeah.
There was a period where America was free and they were surrounding it, and there were Masons. That's what we're talking about here on this.
That's something I wonder about a lot.
Is there was a period where there were Masons and there were Illuminati, and some were good and some were bad. We talk about this.
Well, here's the other thing.
They let it be good because it could give them what they wanted. And then they controlled a bunch of other countries and they did bad to them. See? We'll give this country
the other thing is, too, right?
Them control the world, and we'll punish the rest of the world with the power that we've gained. This is bad, evil. It's like electricity. A positive, negative.
Well, the other thing, though,
control the world.
The other thing is always when they try to say that like Freemasons just built America or whatever, that's all a fucking lie. Now I can prove that very easily.
Please do.
They weren't there at the start, because if they created the USA, why did they use my country as a war in 1812 and burn down the White House? Why did they have to come back in the 1860s with Russia as an ally of the Union, which people still don't understand? Russia was the ally of Lincoln. Then they created the Knights of the Golden Circle with Albert Pike, etc. So why the fuck did they have to create two wars in 1812 and 1860 to take control of the USA if they created the USA?
That's a good question. I mean, I guess to play devil's advocate, you could say that people and nations and groups are being pitted against each other by the guys behind the scenes.
I'll grab a book that tells you everything that happened in the Civil War and how the Illuminati was involved. And it's a book called The Unseen Hand. Can you see it?
Yeah.
Well, when you're talking about
this book was written in 1990, and it explains how the Illuminati was involved in the Civil War. And how they
here's another one. When you're talking about Illuminati, even before
Ralph Epperson, by the way. No, hold on a second.
Yeah.
This book written in 1990, Ralph Epperson.
Yeah.
Incredible.
Sorry, I'm not hearing you coming in word for word.
Can you hear me?
You can't hear him, Jonah?
He's coming in just one word at a time, so that's if I'm talking over him. I apologize, right? So.
Oh no worries. That happens sometimes. I apologize for that. Let's get back to Todd in a little bit. Hopefully his connection improves. Let's get back to Clint.
Hey, what's up?
It could also be me. I mean.
The Illuminati factor is well, what I was going to add about the King of Prussia was involved with the chartering of the House of the Temple of the 33rd, and that that might be the anomaly that you were wondering about with the Russia factor in what you were talking about earlier.
Well, with that though, now when you go back to that, it's kind of funny too when like with the whole war that's going on right now too, right? Because you start with let's just say 1850s, right? There was the War of Crimea. Now that was actually Britain versus the Russian Tsar, right? And then so now because of that war, the Crimean War in the 1830s or 1850s, I mean, that is why the Tsar had to sell Alaska to the USA after the fact, right? Because they were too broke from actually fighting off the British, who was actually their cousin, right? Then, so you look at that connection, and so they already had that war right there in Ukraine, which is Crimea, which was the British and the British and French were actually going against the Russians. And that's what led to them trying to sell why they sold Alaska to the USA. Then you have all there's a bunch of incidents that occurred in Ukraine area during the World War I. I can't think off the top of my head. Then you had the Holodomor in the 1930s, where the Walter Duranty won a Pulitzer for lying about the fact that there was actually now I don't want to necessarily say that was like a genocide, because people, when they speak about the Holodomor, they don't actually go in to think that Stalin was killing everyone by starvation. He wasn't targeting the Ukrainians, but because that was their base, they took it worse, right? Because it had a greater impact on them because they were the ones that was being stolen from as the first point. So and then after that, you have the great deportation by Stalin in the 1940s again too, which is when they actually when I forget where, but the Tartarians somewhere in Crimea, I forget the city name or whatever. He went in, he's like, yeah, you guys have an hour to take all your stuff and leave or you're going to be dead in the 1940s. So again, too, that's
rude.
Whole area. There's a number of things that are going on in that area now. What I think is what's happening with that, too, and you can, I don't know if any of you know about the Bunting Cloverleaf map, but I think what they're trying to do is set up where the greater Israel will be from Riyadh to Tehran to Astana, over to Kiev, and that would be Kiev or whatever, and that's going to be their greater Israel.
Astana. We were showing slides of Astana on the last show. That is a weird city.
Huh. Yep. Are you talking about that map where it says Hebrew land? It was pre-1945.
No. The greater the Bunting Cloverleaf map. The Bunting Cloverleaf map is, so if you look at those three continents, right, they look like a clover leaf, where Europe's the one leaf, Asia's the other, and then Africa is the southern. So that's the Bunting Cloverleaf map, and the center is going to be Greater Israel, which runs them all. Now, on top of that, we also know about Agenda 2063, or maybe you guys don't. Agenda 2063 is the Africa that we want, and they already have websites up about it. So let's stand with Africa while they're fighting these fucking bankers right now. You know?
I know what you're talking about. There's a huge movement behind the scenes to take advantage of Africa, exploit it, maybe even get rid of all the people that are already living there. Go ahead.
No. Just if you're at a computer, type in Agenda 2063 and see what comes up.
Agenda 2063.
Because it's going to come up with the African Union, the Africa we want. Yeah. They think ahead.
Yeah, it reminds me of...
it's a registered website.
Yeah, I see it.
And it's the Africa we want.
Yeah, they're doing some
basically
weird stuff.
That's them already doing their sustainable development. They're putting in their version of the African Central Bank, the African IMF, whatever, all that shit. So they're already working on that. And when people start talking about 2030, it's like, fuck off, you're already too late. That's done. That's over. We're working on 2040 now. They have enough of it. They're like, for these plants to be successful, they don't need 100% success, right? It's a pass-fail. So if they've passed, and whatever, they're going to move on to the next one because all these plans have multiple parts.
Oh yeah, plain
So,
incompetence.
you know. Yeah, so they like 2030 is already done. They've completed enough of that that they're moving on to the next one. So yeah, 2063 is definitely already up, and there's other ones up there. Like there's 2050 is another one, which is more about electrification of the cities. So we're going to be in no gas, and that's why they're trying to get away. So then when they have you on electric, you're in prison because you're stuck to wherever electric is. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
So,
exactly. You can't with a gas-powered vehicle. You could be living in a Mad Max scenario, and as long as you have gas, you're good, baby. But this electric stuff, once we lose the chargers and stuff like that, we're stuck. There's not much we can do except mount a generator to the back of our Ford Lightnings.
yeah, so that's like that's what that is that it's the UN smart cities, right? They're going to imprison you in your like your city with then you won't be able to, you know. Do you think that Green New Deal, which was said there would be no more air travel, right? So it is all. Go ahead.
Yeah, they're gonna make it cashless, and we're gonna go to school from childbirth to the grave. That's what they want. The what was that one guy, Jacques? What's his name? That was trying to make the new Atlantis or some shit. Where,
you're saying we're not going to graduate? We're going to just have to stay in school?
Yeah, that's what the socialists, the world government wants.
Oh shit! I'd hang myself. Fuck that.
Well, they also want that too, so
School
we can't do either of those.
Dude, fuck school. Like all they do is they teach you to obey. That's it. They dumb you down. I hate school, especially the college system.
Again, I told you the word educate comes from Latin, which means to train animals. It's literally to train animals is the definition of education or the etymology.
And the legal stuff, they don't even consider us humans. That's why we're persons, which are corporations. And in the old law dictionaries, it says when you look up people, it says sea monster. And Jordan Maxwell talks about that one.
Well, if you go, anyone wants to go to, because you can actually see me discover this live in real time. When I recorded the first one, I did the Two-Face, whatever, with the New York Patriot, Two-Face God, whatever. Anyways.
Hey, you been on with Patriot lately?
Not lately. We've talked a few times, but it's false through or whatever. But with think of it this way: DEI, right? Why do they use DEI? Because they're calling themselves God. Day. DEI is day, which is God in Latin. It has nothing to do with diversity, education, or whatever. They're literally telling you that they are your God.
Yeah, that's that brings me to the Rosicrucian book, 68 Convocations, where they were saying the dinner was the dinner of the gods, and they were the ones eating the dinner, and they were they deify themselves through initiation.
On top of that, too, when we go back to what I was going to say, when we go back with just through the use of the Latin words, right? You know, this whole transgender cis, when they came up with cis, I'm like, what the fuck? What retarded word is this? It's because it's literally a cry for war. So with trans versus cis, what the trans means is on the other side of. Cis means on this side of. So when they're saying gender, right? So they're literally saying on this side of gender or on that side of gender in Latin. So that's a kind of war, right? Because we're on the other side of the fact that there's gender.
Yeah, that whole thing is like another rabbit hole, and there's so much there. The whole hermaphrodite, Hermes, and Aphrodite thing. That's a trip.
Well, they're also destroying the legal definition of man and female, right? Because what they want to do is when they now again too, we don't Neuralink's a distraction because they already have nanotech that passes the blood-brain barrier. If you go and read, if you look through medical documents or pull up
really
published research, yeah.
Where can I go to confirm this?
Just type in nanotechnology blood-brain barrier, and you're gonna find stuff come up. Like they've already got it. Plus, they have the brain initiative. Plus,
maybe that's a trap though too, though. Maybe
they
that's
also
a
have
trap though too, so they can sneak Neuralink in. Hear me out for a second though, because we have to keep we have to keep in mind too, right? That we're dealing with deceitful people, right? So they're engaged in deception too. So it's one point in time to say, yeah, I see that, right? But at the same time, we can't trust it either. So we always have to be a little skeptical too. So that's just an angle Another angle can be that they told us that as a way to Trojan horse Neuralink. Neuralink's obsolete because we have this shit here, some shit that motherfuckers can't really see and shit, and it's in our fucking bloodstream.
Yeah, but Dr. Robert, have you ever heard about the?
That's just a different angle. I'm not saying you're wrong. It's just a different theory.
Yeah, but let me counter with you. Have you ever heard of the Quell technology papers or documents? Like Quell.
I didn't get that first part. I'm sorry.
Quell technology. So it's basically documents where through Pepsi and Coca-Cola, they've been putting nanotechnology in us since at least 2000. And this was FOIA papers that from the 2012 or 13, I think it was when.
Oh shit! I drink a lot of Coke.
Yeah, but I haven't heard of that. But at the same time, too, that's how you get people to believe it. They were telling this a long time ago. They've been planning this a long time ago. So you just can't just throw something out there and get it to stick. You have to create a legend, like a myth. There's a process to brainwashing. Like you got to put it out there. You got to get that. Let me get back to what I said. When you talk about the dialectics, right? That's what dialectic is at one point. This is why Nietzsche breaks it down. It's polemical. You just let people make shit up, and then it's just like evolution. And then the one that survives is the one that can destroy all the other ideas or perspectives. And that's the one you side with.
Yeah, but what I'm pointing. But you don't think that they have the nanotechnology to place inside of us at this point in time?
No, I'm saying they could, but at the same time, they couldn't.
Now,
because you have to understand, too, that there's always an element of doubt there. It can just be a ruse because we're dealing with
Gotcha, Dr. Robert. Jonah, have you ever done that thing where you swaps, you drink a little wine, or you don't drink it, but you swish it around your mouth and you spit into the sink? And you see a bunch of little weird hair things moving around?
I have not, but I was actually going to get onto this here now. Morgellons, right? I'm sure we've all heard of it.
Yeah. Well, that's the theory. Some conspiracy heads are saying that's an example of them dropping this Morgellons type stuff from from the chemtrails. Chemtrails are spreading them.
It's not. But anyways, the reason I'm bringing this up, you remember the Harvard professor that was not Jeffrey Epstein, who had an office in Harvard, but the Harvard professor that was charged for being a communist spy or whatever with Chinese.
Epstein had an office at
Harvard?
Harvard?
Can you go back? Yeah, he did. Can we go back? Epstein was a motherfucker, man. They got a Netflix series on that shit. He was super fucking manipulative, dude. No. He went to an interview and completely. He said I knew he was the guy I wanted right away because he completely took control of the interview. And the guy who hired him, who saw that gift in Epstein, had that same type of ability, but Epstein was a little better, and Epstein over time ended up fucking him off and embezzling tons of money from him. But then Epstein kind of did something to kind of back himself up, basically, where they couldn't actually put or charge Epstein and put him in jail. And another reason why is because the guy who hired him was such a narcissist, he didn't want the world to know that he had been bamboozled like that.
They was also being ran as an operation, just like Picton, right? But that's a whole other story. But the reason I'm bringing it up, right, is Charles Lieberman, right?
Go ahead. Didn't mean to distract you and go off on a tangent.
No, that's fine because I'm actually Charles Lieber. He's actually involved in directly nanotechnology, just like Morgellons or however you say it. I'm trying to pull up the public documentation. So, so that's basically what he was doing.
This stuff's scaring the shit out of me. I mean, consider what you're saying here and the, the thing we're not supposed to talk about. Very disturbing. Very disturbing.
Yeah, so he has in nanoscience as far as neural networks within inside of us or whatever, right? So again, too.
Oh man, you know what? I'm so sick of this shit, man. I just want to jump on a rocket ship and go to some planet or other dimension where we're not enslaved by these fucking Hittites.
Just preach against it and don't allow people to get sucked into it. And this is what we're talking about in the chat, basically. And this is just a basic law of physics, right? And this is why you have to understand you have certain societies. To observe reality is to change reality. Just the basic act of observing it, right? So once you begin to shed light on these societies and shit like that, and people begin to learn about them and see how they move, that act alone will begin to change and disrupt and alter their plans, just because it's just a basic law of physics.
Yeah, and I mean, like, let's be honest. You know, no matter what we do, our entire reality is designed by two things: light and sound frequency. If we don't have those, we don't have a reality. So at the end of the day, whatever they're doing as far as all the other shit, you know, realistically, it'd be just as easy to brainwash you. Far greater risk of success with the like Plato's the cave, right? Because all they need is to lighten the sound.
It's interesting you say that too. Have you ever heard of? It does. Have you ever heard of? Well, there's a theory, right? That like the actual like, and this goes with the 7 archangels too, because you have 7 main chakra centers, but you actually have chakra centers in your hand and in your feet. But basically, like when you go to like each archangel is kind of an overseer of like these 7 pillars of light, are 7 chakra centers of the universe, right? So you have the angel Raphael, his is green, and he's the healing angel, right? And green energy is the energy of healing, right? Then you have the archangel, he's blue. He's that blue spectrum and that manifestation spectrum, right? And it's also the color of protection, right? And then you have like I want to say Uriah, right? Uriah is the like the pinkish color or reddish color, what you might call like the orange chakra, whatever you want to call it, basically. And that's the chakra basically of like compassion, love, and forgiveness. And then you have purple, right? That's the angel Zadkiel, right? And that's the angel of forgiveness and karma, right? And that's why you have some people who meditate and focus on that particular light center in the universe, basically, to help burn off their karma. Because focusing on the purple ray can burn off so much of your karma without you actually really have to learn the lessons, basically. Right. And this is what a lot of like these Christian like mystics kind of learn. And that's kind of like their philosophy of their idea what's going on with these lights you're talking about, basically.
Yeah.
And there's certain, and one more thing, and there's certain aspects of the year, I guess, like planet, just kind of astrological too, where some of the pillar of lights are more stronger. Like some of them more stronger on Wednesday, Monday, Tuesday. That's what these angels also be like, the angels of Tuesday, Monday, and Wednesday and shit, like, because that's when their ray is the most strongest, and that's the day you should really meditate and focus on that ray.
Yeah. But hey, Dan, that one I put out there, the one you just pulled up, that's actually that's the one who's convicted of working with the Chinese. So that brain recording, yeah, that's him. You know,
this link I'm showing right now.
Yeah, Charles M. Lieber, that's him.
Oh my God.
The one cited, Charles M. Lieber. You know, now again too, I don't say that I necessarily believe these people, because let's be honest, when we're talking about it, like when we're talking all this other shit, right?
Here, let me read this real quick, because I think this is kind of proving what you're saying. To address these limitations, we have developed an ultra small and flexible endovascular neural probe that can be implanted into small 100 micron scale blood vessels in the brains of rodents without damaging the brain or vasculature.
Yeah. Now, here's the other thing, though, too, where I don't necessarily worry about these people doing these things, because at the end of the day, when you think about it, like there's all kinds of things. Like when they talk about, you know, this one that sticks out is that with Germany, they did a study where they actually they found that like 83% of Germans are immune to like fucking windshield washer fluid as a poison, because they use so much of it in that society, right? So like they just became accustomed to it.
I didn't know that. That's nuts. Yeah, they really are like the Ubermen.
Well, no. It's
I'm kidding.
like, but the point that I'm making is like, when you're here, the purpose is to survive. So a lot of times, you're like our DNA is going to rebuild itself, go back to its original state, and it's going to survive. That's why, like, when they run these operations, like they did in 2020, well, I didn't give a fuck, because let's be honest, like that, every time they try to do something like that, life is designed to survive, right? Even if you think, like, they always say, like, the bug itself, right? It's gonna become less effective because it wants to survive. But we also want to survive too, right? So you have to think of it that way, right?
Yeah, look at cockroaches. Like, they're so hard to kill, or spiders, and the success rate they have when they're hunting. Like, everything. I mean, that gets kind of back into like the Nietzsche will to power thing. Everything from the smallest cell is fighting for survival.
And at the end of the day, and again, too, I'll say I love the fact that I was abused, because it made me as confident in who I am, and not to give shit about authority. But
It kind of also teaches you to not treat others that way as well.
Yeah, but kind of what I was saying on this one before I lose my thought is that at the end of the day, it's gonna actually let you know that damn, I did lose my thought. So I was trying to go through that. Okay. But yeah, no, that's all good. Either way, I don't, man, these people, like, think about it this way too, right? We have our friend that was all over the media, the midget who's a Jesuit and went to Georgetown. Fuck him. Like, give me a fucking break, you fucking tiny little bitch. And then, but here's the other thing too, when we were talking about with Raven and I, when we were doing a show. So if he's a Jesuit and he's pledged an oath of eternal war against all heretics, right? So was the
question about that nano shit? Like,
yeah,
because I am aware of this. I know this for a fact, dude. That a lot of those scientific like studies and research, a lot of that should be capped, man. I mean, a lot of times they just tell people that to get money, so they can funnel to different things, dude. No, I'm just saying that's a possibility. That's a possibility too. Like, we have so many quacks before, who said they had these machines that can do this, and that, basically, and then they get all this money and shit. Like, science is the same way. Like, you have
here's
these people,
my next thing,
Dr. Robert, are you so disturbed by this that you don't even want to believe it?
No. I'm saying it could be true, but we also got to keep in mind it can also not be true at the same time. I just want us to balance that shit out, especially when you're dealing with deceivers, right? Because we know we're dealing with deceivers, right? Like, so if they're telling us something, right, there's more to it, and that's what I'm getting
Can I ask
right?
you a question though?
Yeah, sure.
Go ahead, Jonah.
Have you ever heard of ARPA-H?
No, I have not. Enlighten me.
The DARPA health department of DARPA that Joe Biden just created. So it's a DARPA for health, called ARPA-H, Advanced Research Projects Agency Health. So they're putting all kinds of money into all this nanotechnology, etc. It's
but that doesn't mean the nano is accurate. They're just believing what these people are telling them. Like, I mean, like I give you an example. Like, I give you a perfect example of this, like a perfect real life example, right? Do you know a lot of, like, the Cold War was based on the fucking rules? When the Soviet Union actually collapsed, man, a lot of those rockets they were showing, they were empty shells. They weren't even functional.
You mean FDR was sleeping with Nolan?
I'm not going to understand, though, when you look at that, though, like, they were empty shells, and that's what I'm trying to get you to grasp. War is deception.
Yeah, FDR was sleeping with Nolan.
To add to that point, Dr. Robert, I'm sorry, there's people out there that actually believe that nukes are 100% fake. It's all scare tactics. There's no technology to create an explosion out of nothing.
Here's the other thing, though, too, right? Is we know for a fact that these people have been just trying to destroy our humanity for at least, let's go back to the creation of what's it called, their codeine, right? When they first synthesized opium, because that wasn't deadly enough for us, right? So again, too, right? There's been a whole purpose of destroying basic our creation to our bodies and our reality. So a long time, right? Now, oh damn it. But what I was just talking about with ARPA, it's just ARPA-H.gov. and that actually just created. Now they're when I had all the slides and stuff. So basically, they're talking about doing all kinds of nanotech, all this shit. Not giving us.
You should be able to show your. Jonah, you should be able to show your slides. You just have to go to present at the bottom.
I don't know. I don't know if I still have those. I have too many different. Man, I'm sketchy as fuck, so I have way too many different emails.
You're sketchy as fuck. No, man, you're good. You're not sketchy.
No, I got like, man, like it's growing up as a skinhead. You know, you realize that you know, this is your life. You're always on, and you know, all it takes is one moment for them to see you slip, and you're fucked. So you know.
Well, here we're looking at a slide from Clint. This shows an actual patent for a machine that can monitor brain activity. And from there, I'm sure we can guess what people are actually thinking, or at least their emotions or basic thoughts.
Yeah. Now, I've got a friend who claims that this is kind of a far stretch. He swears that he thinks it's real. He thinks that El Chapo is in some kind of DMT mind control facility, and that El Chapo's voice is put into his own head, and that he hears El Chapo in some kind of round table of Mexican cartel that are in some kind of DMT experiment. It's a really wild. That's what he claims. I'm not saying I believe it, but it's just crazy.
They still all work for the same families, the Delanos, as an FDR, the Astors, you know, all the ones who were the drug dealers before Rockefeller created modern medicine. Those are still the ones that are still getting paid out. Like that time, remember, the Philadelphia port, they had a ship with like 19 billion worth of cocaine that was owned by J.P. Morgan.
Oh yeah,
the ship was owned by J.P. Morgan.
Doing illegal drugs, but they're they when they had the oil industry going, they had all this oil byproduct, and they turned the oil byproduct into medicine, but it was bad for people, and they were selling it legally.
Yeah. So I tell people all the time, right? Now if you look at like all these school events, right? Is it just coincidence that all the school events kind of go in place when you start prescribing all the male use with drugs that have a black box warning that's specifically against suicide? Now, with those black box warning on SSRIs and as well as amphetamines, they literally have a known effect, and not a side effect, because it's an effect. It's a chemical that you're putting in your body. It's not a side effect. It's an effect. So they have a known effect of schizophrenia and psychosis. And this is what you're given to children who are like male children who are like 4 years old because they have too much energy, and Adderall and Ritalin and all these other SSRIs, etc. So maybe the reason that these school events are happening is because you're destroying the brains with petrochemicals from 4 years old and on for a chemical balance that was made up.
Disturbing indeed. You know, the more I hear about this stuff, the more I think that science should be banned, because all these people do with it is find more ways to control us when they should be finding ways to heal us and to eliminate violence.
No. They don't care about healing you. Nuremberg, 10 people were executed and 1,000 were Operation Paperclip minimum. Like, so 10 executed. None of them were doctors. Not one single doctor at those trials. And the Nuremberg Code was never enforced because Tuskegee ran through 75 alone, Tuskegee itself. In 72.
Are you talking about the Tuskegee syphilis experiments?
Yeah, that ran up until the 70s, so that would have been a violation of the Nuremberg Code to begin with.
Now, this is what I consider social engineering against minorities.
Yeah. The Rockefeller, I'll get back to that. I was pulling that up, but I got distracted. You know, again, too, in 1972, I think it was the study started with the letter B. But I forget the name for it. Anyways, out of they found at least 22 out of 25 experiments that they looked at violated the Nuremberg Code. On top of that, you have the what's her name? The one that they stole for all the cell lines there. That would be another violation. You know that there when you have a child and the pin on the so. Anyways, the U.S. government, actually all governments, have been just DNA database in all those biobanking. So when you have a child, ever since about the mid-90s, they've just been taking DNA right there. and database in you and your children. So again, too, that would be another violation of Nuremberg Code. But again, too, people like to think that like this is some a law that has effect, which it absolutely does not. Again, 10 people were hung at Nuremberg. You can look it up. Not one of them was a doctor of any sort, and then they're all moved with paperclip, right? And now here's the other thing about Nuremberg. You know that stupid fucking painting from the 1500s that allegedly tells us that like there was ancient aliens or whatever? That was in Nuremberg.
So can you repeat that again? Ancient aliens. That's a fascinating topic that I love.
That stupid painting that's we're supposed to believe that someone painted in the 1500s, so that like show that there was alien interference or interaction back then, right?
Yeah.
Well, that also happened in Nuremberg, so it's a fucking lie. It was just another one of these families pulling one of their Illuminati tricks, bloodlines.
Looks like we have a new panel member who has just hopped on. Kevin, what's going on, man?
Yeah, globally, it was just it's been recognized since like 1939 that the United States would be sort of responsible with recovering some of the equipment left behind by the super advanced antediluvian civilization. And that's basically what we're seeing is an unwillingness to allow the actual truth to come to the regular, public purview. And now, because we've gone so long keeping it from the public, it seems far too fantastic. Like, how could they have kept it from the public this long?
Well, one thing I'll point out with that. Now, Dan, when I went back to the start of the conversation, I said with Kalaman, Johann Kalaman in the Nine Waves of Creation, he also talks about when the way that these bankers came into control and whatnot, because they're always tied to the his philosophy is that when we kind of switched over from being able to see the waves of light and sound, and we started to actually get to the point where we developed as far as a civilization, so you have community building, etc. His belief is that the rabbinical, the priest, the cleric class were the ones who developed first, and they used the knowledge that they were able to think ahead of the population to set themselves up. And that's how they
right? That's how we meet our friend Akhenaten, aka Moses, is because he had the opportunity to be Pharaoh, but he wasn't expected to be Pharaoh. So he had access to both the pharaonic knowledge and also the priestly knowledge. And that's how he was able to put two and two together and figure out how the slave dynamic system worked and about how the human labor dynamic worked. And he figured out, that's why he created the Amarna heresy, is because he knew that human energy paradigm wasn't going to last forever. We were going to have to break free of human usury in order to really give birth to everything that was going to come, that came before with the antediluvian super advanced civilization. I mean, we're in the middle of Exodus now, essentially.
Well, we're in the middle of something fun right now because I just love life.
Yeah, very, very interesting indeed. I did want to, we'll come back to Kevin in a little bit, but Jonah, I did want to ask you about, let's see, the war in Ukraine. Have you been following it?
I have not, because to me, I don't really give a fuck about the wars, because a lot of it too is I go back to let's go ahead and talk about the two world wars, right? We could even go back to the 1600s in Vienna. So basically what they do is they, so think about World War I. Three cousins sent millions of people off to die on behalf of those three cousins. George, the Tsar, and whatever the fuck the other one was, three cousins. Then, what they do is they come back, and when that's done, they draw up a bunch of lines that make no fucking sense, that guarantees. So they draw a bunch of lines on a map that guarantees that they're going to have more wars where they can actually send you off to die and steal your wealth and assets again.
They can train people to do things, horrible things.
But
that's what they do. They sit and use all our money to train people to do the most horrible things and see what they can get away with. That's all they've been doing for a long time.
And then you get to World War II, where
no, listen, in World War One. Hold on, let's not pause. We'll jump to World War II real quick. But World War One was like trench warfare, which created a channel of death that is buried over, and they can never build houses over ever again all throughout Europe because they killed so many people. There's a battleground line that crosses for no reason. This is what the people that run them do.
Yeah, but I was pointing out that there are three cousins, right? Now, so then you get to World War II, who, for better or worse, both of those are alleged to be bastard children of the same banking bloodline.
Yeah.
You know, and then here's the other thing.
Yeah, they're all related.
But,
they all have a central bank. They all have a family member that owns a central bank, and they're going to war.
Thing, right? Is what they do with war and why they love it so much is they send off the males that actually have testosterone, the ones that would actually have the ability to stand up and fight for themselves at home. They send them off to be slaughtered, and then that's how they call the civilization.
Have a child, have a baby with their wife, and all that.
Well, they don't even need that. They want to call out the population.
It's been an effort to control outlier behavior, right? If you have a way to suppress the population, then you have a way to suppress a messiah or an outlier from coming and potentially changing the paradigm outside of, like a black swan.
What we're dealing with now, everybody here know this: super advanced mind control technology that's been going on for thousands of years. They can look back right now and see that ancient tribes use techniques that they're using on us, but they've advanced them. They're in control right now. Everybody here kind of knows that. They know all these techniques. But we can too. We do too.
Well, that's the guilt shame matrix. Most people's behavior is remote controlled without their knowledge or consent via the guilt shame matrix. Guilt and shame are extremely powerful human behavior modifiers. So most people are modifying their behavior so that their intersectionality doesn't end up meeting with either guilt or shame, because that would make you feel bad, right? And we live in a very hedonistically driven society. So like, what's the incentive to feel bad, right? So everybody is looking for a preoccupation or a distraction so that they don't have to feel pain, they don't have to feel bad. And what we've been doing for the past 150 years is we've been feeding the ego, the false sense of self, because now society's become complacent, become very convenient. You can use money to exchange for food, whereas before the impetus was to survival, right? And so this moved us from a survival-based civilization to a what's the term? If your impetus is for self-gratification, like hedonistic-driven society, right? And so that self-gratification has now become the impetus for survival. We justify our behavior. There you go.
That's almost nihilist.
Dr. Robert, you wanted to chime in?
I'm just stating the facts as it is.
Yeah.
How we got here.
Yes. I agree. What's his name, Mr. Davies? How you doing, Mr. Davies?
Pleasure's mine.
Oh, nice.
How you doing, Mr. Davies?
Taking it a day at a time,
Welcome to the panel.
My name is Dr. Robert. Very nice meeting you.
This is actually one of our past guests, I believe, Alexandrous Filth.
Yeah,
that's
I've been on here before.
Yeah, he's been a guest on here before. Put on a great show. Sorry, Dr. Robert, go ahead.
Yeah, I figured that because you let him on. If you figured, I don't think you're gonna let a random on. You don't know what he's gonna say.
No. Everybody's got to be vetted at least a little bit.
It's definitely Pavlovian.
No random.
And I think
that one guy.
Charlie, cough.
Yeah. I'm saying it's definitely Pavlovian. Don't you think?
Well, so what we're looking at, all human-based
definitely Pavlovian. Like they're definitely using like our biological sort of like our biological.
Well, they're definitely hijacking our self-preservation mechanisms against ourselves.
Weaponizing them against us,
yeah.
basically. So that should go back again.
Let me tell you what they. Let me tell you what they're into real
That's
quick.
what talk about guilt, about
They're
guilt and
into,
shame.
hold on,
Look at the
hold
raging
on, guys,
Nazis.
hold on.
Look at the
And then
raging
let me put it on
Nazis
point
on
real
Guys,
quick.
guys,
And then for
guys.
him, basically, they hit us with these certain beliefs.
Right.
Go ahead. Keep going.
Yeah. I tell you when I'm done. I just want to finish my point real quick.
Go.
So because when we do this one, we make each other lose our points. So basically, like what they're doing basically is they put a belief out there like we have free will, right? And that hides the fact that we don't have free will, right? So we're not really paying attention to what actually makes us tick, triggers us, or motivates us to act a certain way, right? Belief to operate that way.
Well, one thing I'll point out too, and this can't be it can't be orchestrated or it can't be focused on enough, is what I'm trying to say here. But our entire reality comes from light or sound wave. You cannot take something in without it being a light or a sound originally. So when you have the Rockefeller Foundation spent billions on figuring out frequencies, and then they also there's, I forget what it is, but the RCA did a whole thing where there's a big study. I can actually pull it up here in a few moments or whatever, but RCA did a huge study in the 50s about the radio waves and the interference with the planets. So that's actually another thing. But then they also give us TV. Why do you think a TV and a computer is going to be so cheap? Because they know the fact that you're going to see what's presented on the screen, and then you take into the fact that on top of that too, it's a black screen, which makes it a scrying instrument. So we're pretty much fucked if you're not confident. So that's what I get at earlier. I love the fact that I was abused as a child because it made me confident enough of myself, strong enough as a man, to know that there's certain things that not always what's being placed in front of me is that going to be what's actually the best resolution, right, or whatnot.
Absolutely. Jonah, I do apologize. I swear I feel like we just got started, but the show's already been on for 3 hours.
Yeah.
We are running a little long. I thank you very much for giving us so much of your time. I apologize that we started off a little shaky.
No, that was me anyway.
No worries. It's probably on both our ends. But I unfortunately we got to finally close the show up.
Yeah.
I definitely like to have you on again and kind of flesh this stuff out a little bit more. I learned so much from you already. But one thing I want to do is just open up things one more time for you. Let you hop back up on that soapbox, hop behind the podium, and just please say whatever you would like to say to my audience out there, and then please follow that up with anything and everything you'd like to plug or promote.
Right now, I mean, I guess Raven's getting me unmuted. There's been some certain things going on in my life, so I do have a Ko-Fi or whatever. It's just ko-fi.com, Troublemaker Jonah, I think, whatever. So there's been some issues lately with the whole thing that actually prevented us from connecting at the start, the whole demon or whatever the fuck I'm dealing with. So I got that up. But other than that, Raven and I do a show every week. It's the No Apologies interviews or whatever, and him and I just get together and
are you like his co-host now?
No, we do weekly. So basically I just come in with topics and we just because let's be honest, everything that we're dealing with, all of this, we need to look at it as like a spider web, because like think of Bill Gates or whatever. He's got Warren Buffett on his committee, but he's going to be a top chairman of like the Obama Foundation for shits and giggles or whatever, But then he's going to be on like fucking, let's go ahead and say, I don't know, the Menendez or whatever, right? You know what I mean? So these people are all woven together like a spider web, right? It's kind of what I'm getting at. So when someone's like, hey, how do they all do this? It's because they have one guy who sits on 8 different boards, like the government for I don't even remember what it's called. But anyways, there was actually a Rockefeller Foundation that was created in 1916 that actually redesigned how Congress is allowed to spend money. It's the intergovernmental responsibility or something. They didn't, as part of World War I, government research institute, something like that. Anyways, I know how to find it, but again, all of it is going to be through the foundations. Is how they take control of every aspect of your life, really. So when you're looking into it, just look at the foundations, because they're doing everything against you for tax free. Again, you to pay for it based on you paying taxes.
Awesome. Well, Jonah, you have been a treat. As I said earlier, my God, I definitely got to get you back on for a part 2. Hopefully we can get started a little bit earlier. But until then, I thank you very much for joining us. Yeah. And you're always welcome to hop on panel with us anytime that you would like and join in the discussion.
Yeah. Awesome.
All right. Awesome. Thank you so much. And we will talk to you next time, my friend.
Yeah. Later.
Peace. And that was Troublemaker Jonah. Wow, what a great guest. Like I was saying, like what happens a lot with the show, we were starting out a little rough, trying to get our heads screwed on straight, or at least I was. And then once we got into a flow, once we got things kind of sorted, it just turned into a great show. Lots of mind-blowing information coming out. But it is that time for our break. Let's bring on Dr. Robert. Dr. Robert, you there?
Yeah.
Dr. Robert. So we went a little long.
Yeah, can you hear me?
It's already late. Are you still up to do your segment?
Yeah, let's go. Let's rock, man. Can you hear me good?
Yeah, I can hear you excellent. I'm going to go ahead and
let's go, man.
Cue up. I'm going to cue up your theme song. I can definitely hear you. We're about to play your theme song.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Go ahead.
Let's rock. And Dr. Robert likes to start with a little prayer. So let's go. When it comes to love, nothing is more eternal than drinking your wine. I said, I just want to know you and then disappear. Yemiya said, knowing me does not mean dying. The sky was lit by the splendor of your beauty. So powerful, I fell to the ground. Your love has made me sure that I am ready to forsake this worldly life and surrender to the magnificence of your being. There is no need for suffering. Yemiya is here, I say. Inspired by Rumi. Welcome to Down the Rabbit Hole with Dr. Robert. The podcast where one question can make you look tall and another question can make you look small. Very small. My name is Dr. Robert and I'm your host. Well, kind of. Danny Boy is the host with the most, and this show is just a mere segment of In Today's radio show. In today's episode 8, we are going to dive deep into our investigation on whether a secret Nazi cabal is transpiring in the U.S. corridors of political power and influence. In our last episode, episode 7, we concluded our strange tour of Charlie Manson's hometown of Ashland, Kentucky. And if memory serves me correctly, In this episode, episode 8, we are slated to explore an unsolved murder of a 17-year-old girl that blows wide open, boom, a whole nother rabbit hole. A murder that implicates the Manson family, as well as connects certain dots to World War II, Operation Paperclip, escaped Nazis, psychological warfare, and a host of other creepy mysteries and unscrupulous characters. By unscrupulous characters, I mean people having or showing no moral principles and are prone to not behaving fair and honestly. With that said, we have now driven out of the frying pan and into the fire. White Rabbit Kill Squad, war cry, hooty hoo, hooty hoo. Let's knuckle up and dive deeper, deeper, deeper down the rabbit hole. For now, I would like the audience to imagine that it is New Year's Day, 1969, and that you are a detective who just learned that the petite body of Marina Elizabeth Hobb was found nude at the bottom of a ravine off Mulholland Drive in Los Angeles, roughly about 4 or so miles from her home. An officer in attendance informs you that Marina is a 17-year-old student at the University of Hawaii, an inspiring actress, and was the victim of multiple stab wounds in the neck and chest, had been raped, burned, and had contusions in her eyes. Poor baby. Poor baby. It appears to be a savage attack, reminiscent of the later attack on Darwin Scott of Ashland, Kentucky, Manson's uncle. You also learn that she had been returning from a date with a friend named John Hornberg in Brentwood, in the early morning of December 30th, 1968. Appears to have been kidnapped from in front of her home, the home she shared with her soon-to-be heartbroken mother in Hollywood Hills after returning from a night out on Santa Monica Boulevard. The case remains unsolved. However, and this is a big however, there was a lot of speculation at the time, and no bullshit, that her killer was a Manson family member. Imagine that. Since she was known to have befriended various members of the group. Imagine that. You also learn that Manson himself has no alibi for the day and time of her death, and is known to have been in Los Angeles on the day she was kidnapped and killed, attending a New Year's Eve party at the home of musician John Phillips of the Mamas and the Papas. Groovy. Phillips himself, coincidentally, is known to have been friendly with elements of the Process Church of the Final Judgment. The day before and the day after the killing, Manson was with his family at the Barker Ranch, which was located in the Pennymint Mountains of Death Valley. A reference to this crime is buried deep within Vincent Bulagosi's book on the Manson case, Helter Skelter, Helter Skelter, and has a bit more space in Ed Sanders' The Family. Marina Hobb, pronounced Hobb, is identified as the daughter of writer Hans Hobb. And since there was no more information on this unfortunate victim or her father, recourse had to be made to newspaper morgues, libraries, archives, and eventually Holocaust survivor materials. What developed, ladies and gentlemen, was the story of a remarkable man and his mysterious life, one that stretched from the concentration camp to Hollywood film studios and from Madison Avenue to Munich. And according to an teeny paragraph in Current Biography, 1977, the year Hobb died, which tells us that he was born on February 12, 1911, was an editor and correspondent in the 1930s for newspapers in Austria and Czechoslovakia, and eventually served with the Allies in World War II. And that Hobb died in Locarno, Switzerland on September 29, 1977. Current Biography, 1943, published at the height of the war, appears more heartfelt and detailed. Hobb rated 3 full pages in that edition, where we learn that he was born Janus Bekasi in Budapest, Hungary. Oddly, the article does not state why or when Jan Bekasi became Hans Hobb. Perhaps one's supposed to believe that Hans Hobb is simply a nom de plume, a pseudonym, easier on American eyes and ears than Bekasi. But alas, there's more to the story than that. Much, much more. Hans' father, Embry Bekasi, was also a journalist, but in this case, a goddamn yellow journalist, an extortionist, specializing in well-crafted hit pieces. A converted Jew, Embry Bekasi was convincing public figures to pay him money to keep their motherfucking names out of his motherfucking articles. True story. For these outrages, an Austrian court decided he was persona non grata, and Embry found himself expelled from Vienna and on the streets of Hungary, trolling for new prey. In fact, ladies and gentlemen, the name of Bekasi became so notorious that his son, Janus Bekasi, was forced to become someone else, anyone else, if he wanted a career as a journalist. And thus, Hans Hobb was born. A prominent Austrian journalist and social activist, Hans Janitskat, has informed the world that the Hobb name comes from the first 2 letters of the first and last name, Hans Bekasi. Hans, apparently, is the Germanation of Janus. Imagine that. There's also another Viennese journalist with the same ambitions as Embry Bekasi, Herschel Schneider, who became Hitler's occult advisor. Hanussen, like Janus Bekasi, moved from Vienna to Budapest. Eventually, his son Hans Hobb would move back to Vienna and became the youngest chief editor in Europe at the time, working for Da Morgen at the age of 21. Hobb, with his name change, not only disguised his relationship with a notorious blackmailer and extortionist, but he also hid his Jewish ancestry at the time when it was becoming increasingly difficult to survive, let alone excel as a Jew in Europe. As hostilities began with the accession of Hitler and the Nazi Party to a position of control within Germany, Hobb found himself becoming a dedicated, and some would say a rabid, anti-Nazi. It is to Hans Hobb that we credit the discovery of Hitler's Schießgruber family background, or more specifically, the motherfucker had the audacity to call Hitler by his real name. It was also a contemptuous nickname applied occasionally by Winston Churchill, none other, to Adolf Hitler. Apparently, ladies and gentlemen, this is like some Ali versus Ernie Terrell type shit. Why don't you call me my name, man? My name was Cassius Clay. My name is now Muhammad Ali. And you will announce it right there in the center of that ring after the fight if you do it now. If you don't do it now, kind of fuck that up a bit. Interestingly, Adolf Schicklgruber changed his name to Adolf Hitler, a not uncommon surname in the Carinthian province of Austria, where he was born. and where some of his relatives had that name. Where some of his relatives had their name. Europe's other modern mass fucking murderer, Joseph Stalin, went one step further and created his own surname, Stalin, which means the man of steel. Ego. Ego. But I digress a bit. Please forgive my excitement, ladies and gentlemen, and return to our tale. A war broke out. Hobbes found himself on Hitler's fucking enemy list. His books were burned, and he was shot in Vienna because he publicized Hitler's Scheikogruber, or ancestry. Hobbes sent copies of his report to Germany at the time of Hitler's campaign against Hindenburg to ridicule Hitler and cause him to lose the election, a tactic which was in vain, as we all know. Hobbes enlisted with a group of foreign volunteers in the French army and took part in the Battle of France. He was captured on June 22nd, 1940, armed only with an 1891 Remington rifle. Hobbes, in his book about the experience, A Thousand Shall Fall, rails against the French complicity in the defeat, accusing the Vichy hierarchy of actually wanting to surrender rather than fight Germany. This book eventually became the 1943 MGM propaganda film, The Cross of Lorraine, starring John Pierre Armand, Gene Kelly, Cedric Hardwicke, Peter Lorre, and Hume Cronyn. Held at a prison camp in occupied France, Hobbes managed to survive for a few weeks under an assumed name before escaping, dressed in a German uniform and making his escape in an ambulance. He eventually made his way to Spain and Portugal, joining his wife, Erica LaVey, in neutral Lisbon. President Roosevelt gave Hobbes a special emergency visa, and the couple arrived in New York Harbor on December 3rd, 1940. A deeper examination of the available record shows that American rescue worker Varian Fry was instrumental in getting Hans Hobbes out of Europe. Recourse to archives of the International Rescue Committee in New York shows that Varian Fry went to France in 1940 after the fall of Paris to help intellectuals escape the Gestapo. For over a year, Fry managed to rescue thousands of refugees, eventually becoming the first American ever honored by the Yad Vashem organization in Israel, where a tree was planted in his name by Secretary of State Warren Christopher on February 2nd, 1966. Among the people he helped escape were such famous personalities as Marc Chagall, Franz Werfel, Hannah Arendt, Fritz Kahn, Otto Meyerhoff, and Conrad Heiding, the Hitler biographer, Arthur Kessler, and of course Hobbes. In addition, credit must be given to Varian Fry for saving nearly the entire Surrealist movement. Andre Breton, Marcel Duchamp, Max Ernst, Andre Masson. Fry was eventually expelled from France in 1941. He died in 1967 as a retired teacher in Reading, Connecticut. His exploits on behalf of the refugees were largely unknown and unrecognized in his own country at the time. Indeed, when he was expelled from France because the U.S. consul in Marseille had refused to renew his passport, Fry's wife received a letter from Eleanor Roosevelt saying, in essence, that Fry's expulsion from France was inevitable, as his actions did not have the support of the U.S. government. The same government which 5 years later would be helping fucking Nazi war criminals immigrate to the United States to assist the space program and intelligence activities against the Soviet Union. Imagine that. Then, ladies and gentlemen, the Hobbes story gets even more interesting. More twists and turns, rabbit holes within rabbit holes, and then more twists and turns, and then more rabbit holes within rabbit holes. That is, rabbit holes all the way up and rabbit holes all the way down. In an attempt to find out more about Hobbes, I learned to my chagrin that most of his works were well out of print. Boo-hoo. But then I heard that another researcher that I'm aware of had a copy of Agent of the Devil, a novel Hobb published in 1958. The researcher said that when the book arrived, there was an old newspaper clipping taped inside the front cover of the book. This, ladies and gentlemen, was a review of Agent of the Devil by BD and contains the illuminating sentence. Budapest journalist and U.S. Army psychological warfare officer on the Italian front, Hans Hobb is a cunning writer. Bullshit you not. Ah! Like they do in cartoons. Now, of course, this got my spider sense of tingling. A psychological fucking warfare officer? Italian front? What in the fuck is going on here? It's one of those eerie fucking coincidences that makes a motherfucker skin crawl, literally. However, the news of this news clipping gives Dr. Robert and you, the White Rabbit Kill Squad, a deeper rabbit hole for our investigation to explore and also suggests a new line of inquiry. In fact, we have just come in contact with one of those rat holes within a rabbit hole that the good old Dr. Robert has been warning y'all about. So let's turn the safeties off from our weapons and see where the rabbit hole within a rabbit hole leads us. All I need in this life of sin is me and my girlfriend. Down the ride to the bloody end, just me and my girlfriend. All I need in this life of sin is me and my girlfriend. Down the ride to the bloody end, just me and my girlfriend. Hobb began giving talks at various clubs and societies in America during 1941, even staying a while at West Point, where it is said he continued to work on his writings. There's a clue in there, ladies and gentlemen, somewhere, trust me. In 1942, he began a series of lectures at Army bases under the aegis of the War Department's Bureau of Public Relations on how to lose a war. An ironic title that took as its text the fall of France and served as motivation for the American troops in their struggle against Nazism. Hobb was busy in 1942 with other interests as well. He divorced Erica LeVay after 8 years of marriage and married Miss Eleanor Close Sturgis Gutierrez, the aggressively nomenclatured former wife of the great comic film producer and screenwriter Preston Sturgis, and daughter of Miss Marjorie Post Hutton Davies, the General Foods heiress and former wife of the U.S. Ambassador of Russia, Joseph E. Davies. One cannot ask for a spouse with a more blue-blooded and fragrant set of pedigrees. The families of Rand, Hutton, Gutierrez, Post, Davies, and even Preston Sturgis amply represented every time she signed the goddamn check. They were married on April 22nd, 1942. Hans Hobb becoming her fourth husband and she his second wife. Considering that Erica LeVay, Hans' first wife, was the heiress to the Tongues Ram light bulb fortune, one has to say he had a knack for marrying perhaps not too wisely, but too well. One story has it that Miss Eleanor, etc., Rand had helped Hobb and his wife immigrate to the United States, and that they fell in love at that time. She seems to have been an older woman, and according to some accounts, rather short on charm, and many suspected Hobb had married for money and security rather than love and passion, more. Shortly thereafter, in January 1943, Hobb enlisted in the U.S. Army. This was not mere expedience, mind you, since he had dependents and would probably not have been called up, but he asked to enlist anyway. By July of that year, he was in North Africa and the new father of a son as second lieutenant. He was then loaned to the British General Montgomery for a while. A September found him in Italy, this time with the U.S. forces. After that, the record becomes a little confused. Some reports have him landing with Allied forces at D-Day, yet he seems to have entered Europe via Italy 9 months earlier than that, regardless of the other events by that time. Hobb was working for C.D. Jackson, more famous for his Time Life incarnation, and was actively involved in psychological warfare operations. operations that lasted long after the war's end and which found Hobb in charge of no fewer than 18 German newspapers throughout the Allied territories. In fact, one of those who knew Hobb at this time, Tibor Saitovsky, a distinguished American economist who was born in Hungary and whose father knew Hobb's father, the yellow journalist, and threw him out of his office when Emory Becklesey approached him for money. His memoir, A Proud Hungarian, mentions a psychological warfare school in Gettysburg, Pennsylvania, where Saitovsky and others were being trained in propaganda. He characterizes Hobbs as the U.S. Army's propaganda expert. Imagine that. In his memoir of the war years, and describes how Hobb trained him, listen to this, to spot important information for propaganda purposes. Spot important information for propaganda purposes. They practiced making radio broadcasts, writing articles, and filler, designing propaganda posters, and all of it in both French and German. According to Saitovsky, Hobb also had been a student of the Bauhaus and thus had a good eye for artistic composition as well as literature and journalism. The America's Got Talent. Saitovsky was eventually assigned to the 4th Mobile Broadcasting Company of the Army and had quite a sophisticated bunch of Army buddies, including Joseph Wechberg of the New York Magazine and Igor Cassini, the gossip columnist and brother of Oleg Cassini. They were sent first to Britain at the time of the V1 and V2 attacks. According to that timeline, they would have been sent over sometime in mid-late 1944. Thus, Hobb could have been with Allied forces on D-Day in June of 1944. Saitovsky and others did not arrive in Germany until after V-Day in May 1945. By that time, they had become part of what is called the USSBS. The USSBS, or the United States Strategic Bombing Survey, was created by President Roosevelt in November 1944 to assess the damage caused by the Allied strategic bombing of Europe. Their task, ladies and gentlemen, was to consider the effects on civilian morale and whether bombs hardened the national will to fight or collapsed it. Deep shit. In other words, their function was essentially an intelligence one, allied to psychological warfare. We could certainly imagine that deep in the back of Roosevelt's mind, he must have been questioning whether the devastating new atomic weapon being designed by the scientists of the Manhattan Project would cause an earlier end to the war or prolong it indefinitely. This is why I always tell you, we must always consider psychological factors in everything we think about and consider. By the time Saitovsky and his colleagues were sent to Germany, their task had changed somewhat again. They were on the lookout for, check this out, on the lookout for specific Nazi individuals to capture and interrogate. A USSBS became so huge in the process that it eventually found itself under the combined military and civilian leadership, including an official of IBM. The Nazis were enthusiasts, apparently, users of IBM punch card equipment during the war for such tasks as keeping track of concentration camp inmates and their final dispositions, and such luminaries as Kenneth Galbraith, George Ball, Paul Nietzsche, who would all go on to glory in succeeding presidential administrations. Imagine that. Another friend of Hobb at this time is Psi War Officer Alfred D. Grazia, now a professor at Princeton, he might be dead now, and even more intriguingly, a friend of late Emanuel Velikovsky, who was with Hobb in North Africa in 1943. His book on the war years makes for very interesting reading, as it reveals that the Mobile Broadcasting Company was a cover for OSS, Office of Strategic Services activities in Europe and that they were joint OSS U.S. Army units. A photograph of Hobb in his collection taken near Tunis in North Africa in July 1943 shows him to look remarkably like Heinz Hobb, figure in the Bauer volumes. What is even more surprising is that shady figure of George Virek once again raises his ugly fucking head. Virek, ladies and gentlemen, was a propaganda officer and spy for the Kaiser during World War I and a colleague of infamous British occultist and sometimes spy Aleister fucking Crowley. Aleister fucking Crowley. Aleister fucking Crowley. Viverick went on to conduct espionage and propaganda activities during World War II. As well was wound up arrested for his efforts to spend a year in prison. At the same time, his son, Peter Viverick, was working for the OSS and the first mobile broadcasting company in North Africa, along with Hans Hobb and other notables, including Martin Hertz, a future U.S. ambassador. What a tangle web we weave, U.S., when first we practice to the sea. And we should not forget yet another OSS officer in Italy at this time, Peter Tompkins, a broadcast journalist who became an intelligence officer during the war, but whose fame rests more in his research in two fields. Egyptian archaeology, that's for you, Clint, and on the one hand, and the use of lie detectors in the investigation on the secret life of plants on the other. Also involved in intelligence during the war in Europe, and specifically in the interrogation of Nazi prisoners like his counterparts in OSS and USSBS was, check this out, check this fucking shit out. J.D. fucking Salinger, the famed and reclusive author of The Catcher in the Rye, that favorite tome of American assassins. The plot thickens. He was a CIC, Counterintelligence Corps officer from 1943 and took part in the D-Day invasion on June 1944. His duties were essentially the same as those of his OSS counterparts in German army deserters among civilians. It also appears the two other gentlemen who figure in our story, Clay Shaw and Fred Chrisman, were involved in similar intelligence activities, specifically with the dreaded paperclip operations. We will discuss this in a later episode in more detail. Shaw, as many in our audience may or may not be aware, figured prominently in the Kennedy assassination, theories of New Orleans, District Attorney Jim Garrison, and others. Grisman, supposedly a friend of Shaw from the war years, was subpoenaed by Jim Garrison to testify concerning that relationship. It has been suggested that Shaw was an OSS officer during the war. Chrisman was, as the CIA files demonstrates, Chrisman, however, was also involved in the seminal UFO contact of the 20th fucking century. There goes that UFO shit again. The seminal UFO contact of the 20th century. That UFO shit again. That fucking UFO shit again. This was the Murray Island affair of 1947, which ushered in the whole UFO spectrum, from fucking flying saucers to the man in fucking black to government cover-ups and exploding fucking aircraft. As if that weren't enough, another Army intelligence officer in Rome at the time, charged with hunting down Nazi agents like his OSS counterparts, was Philip J. Corso, who would eventually find a position on President Eisenhower's national security staff. Wow! I'm just blown the fuck away. My mind is just exploding all over the fucking place. So many goddamn fucking Nazis every fucking where. It was Corso who a bit before his death published The Day After Roswell, a book claiming that he was privy to reverse engineered scientific achievements based on captured flying saucers. and had seen the corpse of an extraterrestrial from Roswell in a shipping crate on its way to Wright Air Force Base in Ohio, a claim that was hotly debated on both sides of the UFO issue, even though Corso's bona fides in all other respects seems unimpeachable. The involvement of intelligence agents in the field of Egyptian archaeology, the UFO phenomenon, and other odd pursuits will be discussed in a later episode. Ha ha ha. For now, it suffices to point out that psychological warfare, literature, archaeology, and the paranormal not only make for strange bedfellows, for the war years of the last century, it was positively an orgy. A fucking orgy. Think the Tucker Carlson Putin interview. DeGrassi's account shows that although some OSS personnel were antagonistic towards the dashing Hungarian, Hobb was riding high in the estimation of the U.S. Army Psychological Warfare Bureau, PWB. Put in charge of the U.S. Army propaganda in Germany, he was the czar of German newspapers for years after the war until 1951, according to the information available. Eventually, check this out, responsible for the publication of 8 million pieces and over 10,000 newspaper articles, not counting over a dozen novels in his lifetime. Some papers he ran included Münchner Illustriert, Echo der Wuch, and the American Intelligence, Hans Hobb's creation, the New Zeitung of Munich. Someone as high profile, as rabidly anti-Nazi as Hobb was a jewel in the Psy-War crown. After all, they made a movie about his life in a Nazi POW camp, for God's sakes. The Cross of Lorraine. He was married to the adopted daughter of the former U.S. ambassador to Russia. He was running propaganda and Psy-War operations against the Nazis, and then after war against both Nazi sympathizers and communists. If the Allied post-war intelligence community was like a corporation, then Hobb, ladies and gentlemen, had a seat on the fucking board. Armed with this information, it must seem logical to our investigation, therefore, that Hobb would be involved, if only peripherally, in the effort to identify and capture as many important Nazis as possible, including Nazi scientists. In fact, former students at Gettysburg were doing just that and had managed quite a coup in finding and interrogating Albert Speer, Hitler's architect, among many others. This no doubt triggers an aha moment and raises the question, was our dear friend Mr. Hobb involved in Operation Paperclip, the U.S. effort to bring Nazi scientists, especially rocket scientists, but also medical men and other experts, to America after the war? There's an intriguing and startling paragraph in Tom Bauer's Blind Eye to Murder, an account of the Allied failure to completely denazify the Germany after the war. Think what Putin said. Failure to completely denazify Germany after the war. Failure to completely denazify Germany after the war. It's labeled Photograph 13, the paperclip scientist, and describes the man who put America on the moon enjoying a Bavarian evening in Chicago, 1950. Among the scientists, the notorious physician Dr. Hubertus Stronghold, Werner von Braun, General Walter Dornberger, and there's another figure identified as Hans Hobb. Makes my spider sense go crazy. Hans Hobb does not appear in the text of Bauer's book, nor in the index, or anywhere else. The photo certainly looks like Hobb when compared to the Grassi photo and in the current biography of 1943. Did we just come across another rabbit hole within a rabbit hole? Because how could that be? What would Hans Hobb be doing hanging out in apparent conviviality with paperclip scientists? Let's stop here to reflect on what we just encountered. White Rabbit Kill Squad, stand by and hurry up and wait. Stay tuned for the next episode of Down the Rabbit Hole with Dr. Robert and the White Rabbit Kill Squad. That's you, ladies and gentlemen. Same rabbit ass time, same rabbit ass channel. See you next time. It's all yours, Danny.
And welcome back to the show. This is Daniel. This is End of Days Radio. Great episode of Down the Rabbit Hole with Dr. Robert. Fascinating stuff, especially the failure to, how did he say it? Failure to eliminate Nazism after the war. This is key right here. I mean, Dr. Robert, he's building a case, and I hope everybody's paying attention. He's proving his denazify, that was the word. He's proving his hypothesis, and he's using current events to do it. Absolutely love that. Oh my God, great guest, great panel tonight. It is so late. It is almost 11 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. We are going long, kind of like the old days. Remember back in the old days when we used to go live on Saturday nights and we go until like 1 a.m. You know, that was truly the coast to coast sort of vibe, right? But later on, flash forward, work restrictions, things like that. Now we usually go afternoons on Fridays. Better bring Todd up. He's gonna fade out here.
I ain't fading out, Daniel. Thanks for bringing back on. Back in the old days, we didn't sweat all this stuff. Now we sweat. Isn't that amazing?
Well,
in the early days, we didn't sweat. We came home. Oh, it's really cool. It's a weekend. Yeah, let's talk about end of the world. Now we're sweating on the weekend going, the end of the world's coming, but fuck it's happening. Yeah, it's really sweating. We're sweating now.
Yeah, it's that stuff about the nanotechnology that was freaking me out. I mean, passing the blood-brain barrier and
hold on, your
getting inside our bloodstream.
Your guest was fun. I love him. Bring him back on.
Yeah, he'll be back. Absolutely.
Bring him back. I'm so glad we got Jin the Ninja here because he is adding a really super element to this thing that we call End of Days Radio, an analysis of the end of the world every weekend. Let's get together. Let's talk about, what's happening at the end of the world. Right, Daniel?
Absolutely.
What the trends are. Who's Taylor Swift? Is she flowing in there? Who's going to die? Who's going to live? No, I'm just kidding. How
Taylor Swift. It always goes back to Tay-Tay. It doesn't matter what's going on.
She's so beautiful, though. You can't not.
She's mesmerizing me with.
Yeah, her eyes, her outfit. She's bam. Taylor Swift.
Did you see that picture that I put up on? Or I guess you wouldn't, but it's a picture of Taylor Swift at a Chiefs game. And if you look at her eyes are all crazy, looking like a doll, like she's shape-shifting or something. Yeah,
it really tripped me out. I tried not to look at it. I switched off real fast.
Well, Todd, did you happen to catch the Vladimir Putin interview?
Yeah. Here's what the sick thing about this, people. Tucker Carlson sneaks over to Russia, interviews Putin. Now he's on Ukraine's hit list. Kill list.
They want to kill Tucker?
Yeah, he's on their kill list.
Oh.
How much money are we giving them, Daniel?
Billions? Maybe more? Trillions?
Uncalculated amounts of money.
We're just giving it all to them? Them and Israel?
They kill Tucker Carlson because he interviewed Putin. Tucker Carlson's over there going, "Hey, everybody, here's what Putin has to say. Don't you think that's important?" And America's sitting here going, "Duh, most of it." Not end of days radio audience, of course. But this is the news. Daniel, this is getting pretty crazy here. Tucker
Yeah,
Carlson,
that stuff earlier about the
if
Hittites,
Joe
that was
Biden says,
good shit.
no, hold on. If Joe
Go ahead.
Biden says it's cool to assassinate Tucker Carlson because he talked to Putin, shit's getting crazy, Daniel.
Yeah, I agree. The fact that the guy's going on
We get
there
back to the Hittites.
and he's giving us a history lesson. Like, people get mad when I talk endlessly about history, but like Putin's doing it, he's cool. People love it.
If Tucker Carlson goes over and interviews Putin, that's a bad thing now with our government.
It sounds like Putin wants to draw people's attention to the actual history because he knows Americans don't know jack shit about Russian history or even their own history.
Are you going to read the Russian talking points, Daniel?
No, but I think that my eyes have been opened quite a bit to the altruistic nature of well, I can't say that in full, but I think that Russia is getting demonized.
When you think about Russia, I want people to think that around 2000, 2003 to 2010 or whenever, Russians just came here. They had bases all over the United States where they sent agents just to come and look at everything that's going on. And they did that for a while. And then I want you to think about something else. We were Cold War. Do you remember Cold War?
Sure, yeah, the Stars program and all
that. The Russians, they're going to kill us. Oh, the Russians, so bad.
The H-bomb. Submarines.
Never happened.
Intercontinental ballistic missiles, ICBMs.
But we need
the Cuban Missile Crisis.
500 million, 500 billion, 500 trillion, right?
Yeah.
Every decade it advances a trillion. That's why we're all working like slaves, because they're ripping us off. That's what Neanderthal conspiracy is about, is the whole history of how the conspiracy, started.
Hey, Todd, let's do you want to do the mind-blowing moment of the day?
Oh, I'd love to do the mind-blowing moment of the day. I got a drum right here. Mind-blowing moment of the day.
Mind-blowing moment of the day. Hacha.
Throwing it away.
Mind-blowing moment of the day. Hacha. Mind-blowing moment. Mind-blowing moment. Mind-blowing moment of the day.
Blow it away.
Today, it's my mind-blowing moment of the day, I'd have to say, was when our guest, Jonah, Troublemaker Jonah, was telling us about that IOVI translating to Yahweh. That blew my mind.
That was pretty trippy. That went over my head. What blew your mind about that, though? What was it about that?
Just all this research we've been doing into like Yahweh and the Old Testament, and the idea that maybe he's like some kind of demiurge and not exactly the good guy. But I mean, I can't say that with certainty either.
I kind of learned that about him a long time ago, that the God of the Old Testament's angry, vengeful, not a friendly.
Yeah, I'm not sure if this is the one that we should be worshiping, the one that's making us cut the tips of our dicks off. choppy your pee-pee.
No.
Likes the blood from that region or something.
No.
It's a forbidden topic. The covenant
with the C word. Yeah, we're gonna put that one outside.
The C word. What's the C word?
About it, though. The jabby.
Oh yeah. I thought you were talking about cunt. Yeah. I was like, we can say cunt on the show.
Oh, cunt,
no, we do not say that C word.
Cunt's cool, yeah.
Cunt's cool.
All day long, it gets your ratings. but
Yeah.
it's other words.
We say cunt to get ratings.
Yeah.
All right, Todd. Appreciate you doing that mind-blowing moment of the day with me. We got some news stories to get through, but the show's running late, and it is late. And let's see, Clint, we're gonna bring him on to show some slides, but as you can see, there he is.
I was is this the mind-blowing moment?
Yeah, did you have one?
Yeah, about the Hittite thing, where I mean, because the Masonic stuff goes back to the Hittites, and the some of the New World Order stuff is, it's all based on Babylon and the old world, and they never let go of the ball, or they're still holding on to the flame. I got a bunch of UFO pictures lined up. If you want to throw them on.
Absolutely, let's get into it.
Yeah, freaking. I'm pretty sure this is Berlin. Oops.
And real quick, anybody that's listening to the podcast or audio only version of the show, and if you want to see the pictures, head over to YouTube or BitChute or Rumble and check out the actual video version of the show so that you can see the slides.
This one is like a Native American cave painting, wall painting, and I believe it's supernatural entities of some sort. I'm pretty sure they were vandalized recently. This is a really famous picture of the one in Mulder's office.
the hubcap.
This is kind of a different story because this is a satellite image of a lake in South America, and you can see it looks like there's something in the lake. And that in more modern times they changed the Google Maps to where all the lakes have a texture surface on them, so you can't see what's in the lakes. I don't know if you ever noticed that, but because they say that some of the Tesla saucers were in that Tesla went to Peru and that he didn't really die, and that him and some scientific community were living in a volcano or something, or like a dead volcano, and that they were had like some kind of underground base or something. Oh, damn it, where's this at? I think this is in DC, or I'm not sure where that's at. Here's one of the German ones, 1939. Vermitlik Skobend. I can't read that. But the classic saucer shape. This is one of the fake. I mean, it's not fake, but it's like not using the saucer technology, but kind of like for the public, to just pretend like, oh, we tried to make saucers, but we couldn't, that type of thing.
That looks like a jet propulsion engine just shoved in the middle.
Yeah, it's more of just a hovercraft.
That looks like something that would kill a lot of seagulls and crows.
But this is one of the classic cylinder ones. Excuse me.
That
Here's
looks like a microchip. That looks like a microchip.
Yeah, I think there's some kind of base under there. This is an old stamp depicting some kind of aliens. This one's Vietnam. It shows a craft other than the craft.
Hey, can you hear me, Clint?
Oh yeah.
I want to tell everybody out there, if you can hear me, go to Clint's channel and look up his last 4 videos he posted on the Masons and the Illuminati. Wow.
Oh yeah, did it blow your mind?
Go blow your mind. Thank you, Daniel, for bringing Clint on, and thanks, Clint, for coming on Daniel's show.
Oh yeah, well, I'm definitely appreciative.
Please.
Yeah, he's got a lot of like William Cooper stuff that I've never heard. Like I read Behold the Pale Horse, and I've heard snippets on YouTube and stuff like that. But he's got a whole treasure trove of clips from I believe they're William Cooper's old radio show.
Clint, you might be like the authority on Bill Cooper, which is blowing my mind.
Well, the interesting thing about the whole radio show is my bad, but the guys like Alex Jones and his whole radio show, that was done to like distract people from what William Cooper was doing.
Bill Cooper's show. No shit. No shit.
No shit,
Daniel.
Sherlock.
You're right on there, buddy. I swear to God.
Yeah,
you know how much money Bill Alex Jones makes a year? $6 million or whatever they said a year.
Oh yeah, he's getting paid.
He had to claim it finally.
Penis pills.
He makes way more, but penis pills. No, that's outside the penis pills. It
He makes even more from the pills.
He's getting sued. He's getting sued, so he doesn't make anything.
That one's crazy. That one is from that coin there. I think that's from Alexander the Great, his time, maybe.
Yeah, I think that there may have been some kind of supernatural flying anomalies throughout history.
I wanted to say something about Alexander the Great. Netflix did a fucking documentary, and they had to focus in and try to make Alexander the Great gay. Did you see that? Recently?
Chad Warren is asking about your channel, Clint. How does the average listener of the show find your channel?
Third World Assassin, one word.
Go to Clint's channel.
Just a rap name.
Third World Assassin. Search that on YouTube. Clint Eastwood with the AE. Sorry, Todd, go ahead.
No, Clint's channel's. I watched like 3 hours of video. It's Clint narrating a photo album. Wow, what more could you ask for? The Masons, the Illuminati, telling you the history of how the communists got control of the world. I was gonna do a book
that opened my mind a lot. Like, because when Clint first came on here, he was telling us like communism's all Illuminati and this and that, and he's done a good job of proving it to me. I could say that much. Yeah. I'm fully believing it. I see it. The red shield, the red, and all that.
Oh yeah.
No, Clint is doing a great job of showing you how you had a country with laws that were guaranteeing you rights, and they've been stripping them using communist tactics. The Illuminati's been closing in on your government. Clint's been proving this. I loved it.
Everything I learned, it's a compilation of William Cooper's research, Jordan Maxwell's research, Ralph Epperson. You know, the list goes on and on.
Ralph Epperson. Daniel, can I say something real quick? You got to get Ralph Epperson on here. Have you heard of Ralph Epperson?
Yeah. Clint's in communication with him. We're kind of like talking about bringing him on.
Get him on here immediately because he's a living legend.
You guys recognize this ship, though, right?
That looks like more like a SR-71 Blackbird.
Yeah, but I think this is a precursor to it that I believe it was hovering. Or I don't know if that's stationary or if that's a beam of light or if that's
advanced space weapons or advanced spacecraft.
Some kind of jump jet.
William Cooper says that their technology is always 50 to 100 years in advance.
75 years to 100 years in advance.
Those look like solar panels on the top, on the nose section. Wonder if that thing's solar powered.
It's definitely stealth, at least.
Yeah.
So whatever you can think about, they're 75, 100 years beyond you.
And look at those things on the back, that propulsion system. Like, what the fuck is that? Some kind of ionization drive or something? Like, I can only speculate.
Yeah, that's
he'll be if you're its radius, but you're.
What's crazy? These cars are old. I mean, you can see it's an old picture.
That van looks like it's got some crazy shit inside of it.
You know that, Clint. You know, Clint, they're putting out propaganda full time. I was just talking about propaganda the other day, Clint. Clint, do you remember when I told you the Democrats are trying to get Trump kicked off the ballot in Colorado, in Hawaii, right?
Yeah, well, I mean, I won't be happy until I got gold and silver money.
They have a majority. Then now they're crying about a civil war.
It's all I believe it's all the paradigms all devised by, like a high round table of alchemist thinkers that are using the cultural they understand human interaction so well.
CFR, you got the Trilateral Organization, right? The Bilderbergers, all those layers. Down at the bottom, you have these smaller groups that are determining where culture goes.
Oh yeah, it's a cell system. It's
Yeah,
larger cells controlling smaller cells.
Yeah, Cooper did a good job of explaining how the CFR and the Trilateral Commission are literally our government.
Yeah, they everybody who's a director of every major media corporation is a member of the Trilateral Commission or the CFR.
There's not one news guy that isn't working for them. When I went to Clint's website, I couldn't believe that he documented everything. He has all Bill Cooper's shows going back for years.
We got some Google Earth UFO images. Complete.
Oh, yeah. This one is really.
Is this a hole? Is this a opening to the Earth?
Well, if that's a mobile home underneath it, that means it's you can get an idea of the scale.
Huge. I mean, that's like the size of a football field.
Yeah. They say they have football field size holes they open up and fly down in.
Well, this picture, William Cooper believes it was some kind of psychological operation because it was released in a magazine as part of some kind of oil advertisement.
He said they took pictures of aliens and they put them in advertisement to see if people would realize they were real or not, to see if people could spot it.
Well, that better not be true. Well, because if I ran into that thing, I would. Oh my god, I would freak out. I'd probably want to punch it.
No, Bill Cooper had a picture of an alien with the eyeballs so real that the teardrop was coming out of the bottom of a giant gray.
Never liked aliens.
Well, I've got some more pictures of them too. This one is a really detailed
another disc,
a saucer. Yeah, they say they glow all different colored lights.
Well, the reason they use the saucer design is that it's all about the spin. Like even the triangle craft spin.
Yeah, the spin. Exactly.
Yeah, it has to do with generating the it actually has a spinning element inside of it.
The spin is like a cyclone, is like a tornado, is like a point of vortex.
Yeah, if you guys are curious, like how a UFO will work, just look up Tesla's UFO in the blueprints, and then you'll know exactly.
Yeah, I've got those slides too.
Yeah.
Look at this one.
What is this guy threatening?
Good to meet you, sir.
Like threatening the alien. He doesn't look like he's.
I can't remember the origin of damn, I didn't.
The alien looks threatened though.
He's mad dogging him. He's like, yeah, you better submit to our species. He's gonna your ass.
Run the world. United States runs the world.
He's got his belly hanging out like Stone Cold Steve Austin.
The aliens all skinny. The aliens all skinny, y'all.
Definitely weird. I mean,
burgers.
It looks like
he's got no nose. Big old black bug eyes.
I don't know if it's real or not. I mean,
demonic looking fucker.
Definitely weird.
I like the picture. It almost looks real. Look at this. That looks real.
But there's something that they do to like screw with us. Where the lost Todd. Where they'll take like a real image, right, and then they'll actually use digital processing to make it look more fake than it is, and it's actually real.
Yeah,
like it's reverse of what most of us think.
Look at that.
That looks almost like the Phoenix Lights.
Yeah, that thing is huge.
Like that's happening every night somewhere in the United States. Something.
Yeah, this one looks real.
It's like
every night, Daniel. Something's happening across the United States. You're not hearing about it.
Oh, look at this little bastard.
This is like the mummy that the pair of mummies that my great grandparents found in the UP, where the Smithsonian took them, but it was only like a foot tall. But see how it's like it's not misproportioned. It's like a full size thing.
Hold on, hold on, Clint. Before we start talking about tiny mummies, and this show went down dark roads that didn't get resolved. Thanks, Daniel, for having your guest on earlier. I love
Clint. Thanks to Jen and Lee for helping hook us up with him.
if Jen's still here or listening,
No, Jen, he got tired earlier.
Jen,
this is
well, going back to that last slide. Sorry, was that one? Is this one like small, like miniature?
Yeah, this is like a foot tall to like 10 inches tall.
He's like a little hobbit alien.
Yeah, they have really tiny ones.
And that one has a dick.
Yeah.
Like, look at his little wiener. Look at that. He's got a little micro penis.
But
I believe this one to be more real because he actually has a penis.
Yeah, I think it definitely could be real. I mean, there's tons of species of humans, I believe. But this is the NASA patch for before and then after, where they changed it. First, it was well, I guess they didn't. First, it was
black and white. Then it was color.
Well, on the first one, I'm pretty sure the Stonehenge is on the moon, and then the second one, it's on Earth.
Oh yeah, it's black and white, and it's on the moon. And the second one, it's on Earth.
But there's
see the planet coming.
There's a cave.
The first one is kind of like there was a spiral in the middle.
Well, I think I've seen this one before. This is like the towers on the moon, I think.
Yeah, there's a monolith thing in that. Well, check this out. This is the next picture. Look at that. The Russians drew it all out. Wait, what you're saying?
What do they do? What are they drawing?
Is that a Masonic? Sorry, I don't mean to cut you off.
This is on the moon, and it's the Russians openly put it on like a stamp or some shit, and they believe there's some type of geometry to it. But I mean, there's so much.
Yeah, it looks like a square and compass, like from masonry.
Yeah,
it's got proportions to it that look like they might be relevant.
The Masons must hate us. We're just like giving away all this shit on here.
We ain't gonna say no. We don't even hate the Masons. We don't. We have nothing against the Masons. We don't.
I do. Fuck those guys.
We don't love the. We don't love the bad Illuminati, but.
Ralph Epperson is on the most hated list for Masons.
He is?
Yeah, he's.
Oh my God, get him on here immediately. Yeah, Jesus Christ.
See, there's a close up of
the
lake.
Yeah, that's weird.
Yeah, this.
But yeah, like what you're saying about lakes and stuff like that. This is a huge thing because. Yeah, think about how deep the ocean goes, or some of these lakes. I'm pretty sure there's lakes that are just really, really deep out there, like Loch Ness.
Mud floods too.
And so many people see UFOs or USOs come out of lakes, the ocean, bodies of water. There's stuff hiding down there. Period. It's a great place to hide.
And mud floods. There's stuff hiding beneath your feet. If you dug out the ground, you might find buildings, Daniel.
Yeah,
I'm starting to be convinced of this. You might find layers of civilization.
This is from the Navy. I'm pretty sure a Navy person took this from like 1930 or something.
That's true.
But here's on the moon. It's a satellite image of some kind of base with a Nazi sign on it, and it's on the moon. And I don't remember where the picture's source of origin. I'm pretty sure
that's where Hitler went.
NASA's official pictures.
Ava Braun are down there in the bunker.
Hitler.
The war is over. We're here on the moon, but we have no atmosphere.
Well, wait till I get to the German UFOs. This was something that somebody online. Yeah, well, this is something somebody online thought was a UFO.
It looks like the ship from. Do you guys remember that movie from like the 80s or 90s called Flight of the Navigator?
No, what was that about?
Oh, you got to watch that.
It's some kid that finds a UFO.
Yeah, it's like this kid starts piloting a UFO.
You know that
the government starts coming after him.
Clint, you know that picture you showed of the aliens carved in the rock?
Yeah,
that's from Utah.
Yeah, I believe that's
Chaco Canyon. That's in Chaco Canyon, Grand Canyon, Utah. I've been there. I've seen
this one right here.
Yeah, this is the intruders, the
I've seen those pictures.
Looks like Mothman.
Well, I think that the natives
They
definitely
have a
see.
number of other ones that look like Mothman's looking at you.
That's Area 51.
Spooky place.
This is a declassified document about flying discs. Hexagonal in shape, one of them suspended. Well, I don't know if that.
I love the thing about Cooper, how he's like, first he's talking about like aliens and UFOs, then he comes back and he's like, oh, by the way, guys, that's all bullshit. It's all fucking disinformation.
Well, he was never really sure. I mean, he didn't know if it was real or not. But he does say to try to not believe in it because he thought it was a deception.
Okay, I know this one. This is the Bell Witch.
No, this is some weird, some kind of alien thing or some kind of thing that people seen in some city. Let me see if the title Flatwoods. The Flatwoods alien thing.
Oh, the Flatwoods monster.
Yeah, this was like, I'm pretty sure this was hand drawn by one of the witnesses.
Okay.
This one definitely was hand drawn by that lady. But it's definitely a weird Ace of Spades looking floating demon thing. There's a Foo Fighter.
It's weird because it looks like a robot or some kind of suit.
Yeah, it's definitely weird. Reminds me of something you'd see on DMT.
And it's got like a spade on its back. It's got robot arms and it's got a spade on its back, and it's got an ugly as fuck face, and then it's wearing a dress like it's female.
Yeah, look at how small that person is compared to it. So this thing is like 12 feet tall.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
I mean, like it reminds me of the Mothman thing.
And it kind of reminds me of a Dalek from Doctor Who. Like they just kind of float around like that.
Huh. Yeah, it's definitely
What was
bizarre.
that last picture? What last picture, Clint? Go back to
This one?
go back to that one. Yeah.
This is a Foo Fighter. Oh wait.
No, not that one.
Delay.
Yeah, it's shooting shit out of its eyes like Superman.
What is that?
That's the same Flatwoods thing. People encountered it throughout the town. Everybody's freaking out, and people
a new mythological creature, kind of like a Lovecraftian being. I'm down with it. Go on.
Well, I'm sure it's related to the Mothman thing.
If people saw that in Seattle, they'd be like, "Oh, she's hot."
There's a satellite of one.
Some underground. There's where they buried the mud floods. Have you heard they've been? Let me tell you something real quick. Can I jump in? John Levy is showing how out in Arizona, he's finding all these mud flood things out in the middle of the desert. And you know what the government is doing? They're spraying concrete over them, hiding them like they're artificial mountain, like in Disney, hiding the technology or ancient civilization. That was
I've heard them doing that in different places.
This one's on the moon.
They're showing extreme evidence of it.
Pyramid on the moon.
Yeah, 3-sided pyramid on the moon. You can see the shadow cast on the image.
You
This
know,
one's
you know who we had on here? What's his nuts? Who's that guy, Daniel, that thinks there's pyramids on the moon?
Oh, the Mad Martian?
No, the guy the Mad Martian worship.
Richard Hogan, he never came on here. He snubbed us. He was like, you guys aren't big enough for me to come on there.
You're not big enough to be shy out.
Richard C. Hogan?
This one is Japanese depictions of supernatural entities.
Oh, yeah. They call those, I can't remember, Nappas?
Yeah, I'm not sure. But the Japanese have a very interesting supernatural lineup. This is Australian. But
that one kind of looks like the Flatwoods monster.
Yeah, it is really similar. And the drawings are also really tall. This one's a Japanese one.
Oh shit! I don't want to see that thing. Fuck that.
Egyptians have a really weird, concept of behind the scenes or whatever.
This one is
Dead is all about casting spells so you get to heaven.
Look at that cranium size. Like these things got to be smart.
This is the guy that interviewed it claimed it was having telepathy with him, and that it was claimed it was from some star or something. I think its name was Vril or something like that. But
the problem is it couldn't hold its head up with that little tiny neck stem.
well, there's a video of it.
Obviously fake.
This is just a screenshot of the video. When you see the video, it's really weird.
But that little neck stem. Now there you show that picture you just showed is a case carving.
There's 3 of them, like the
I think
3
this is
witches.
just people dressing up like it.
Yeah, that's
a
like
great costume.
Carving of the great mushroom.
I forget what tribe this is, but this is I think it's an Aboriginal, but a different tribe, or I can't remember which.
Same thing. Like it's got a long nose, like the rest of them.
Daniel, I wanted to thank you for having your guest on there, last guest. You know that last guest.
Yeah.
I
You
went
mean
and listened to his show, BG Cast.
Yeah, BG Cast. Steve from BG Cast.
Yeah, this is the.
I called you BG Cast, Daniel. What would you think you? Yeah. BG Cast, how are you? BG, hey, BG.
Yeah, that's awesome.
This is
So
the.
we got a cube here.
Well, this is the 7 mile tall monolith on the moon, and they say it's made out of glass.
No, I want to talk with Daniel and Clint about the things they found. They were putting up monoliths. They're finding stainless steel things in the middle of the desert.
Todd, how many beers have you drank?
Oh yeah. Well, I covered that in that one video. Damn, which one was it? But I showed a bunch of monoliths and.
I'm not sure.
Todd's drank 8 beers.
He'll be all right.
I'm fine. Yeah, I love this. I live on beer. Yeah. No, I don't.
This is the Battle of Los Angeles.
The more I drink, the better I feel.
This is one of my favorites. The Battle of Los Angeles. Like this is not a conspiracy. It's not people making shit up. This is fact. It was reported by many people. The news. It's documented by the military. They wasted thousands of rounds shooting at this thing, and they couldn't even hurt it.
Well, you know, these people that run our government are in touch with things that we can't comprehend. So they're already making pacts and doing devil worshipping kind of stuff just to meet them already, right, Daniel?
Yeah, they're Luciferians.
Our government would literally do a demonic ritual if they can gain control of the world. Just like the Indiana Jones movies. Our government is now those guys.
Have you seen the TV show Childhood's End, where the alien is the devil at the end?
No, that's fucking weird though.
The UFO comes and it doesn't contact them, but it wants the children away.
This is from the psyops that Fox played of the fake alien autopsy.
His eyes are like rolling back in his head. He's like, ooh.
Look at that.
That one looks like the aliens from Star Trek. The ones with the butts on their heads.
But this is from a runway. Peculiar lights. There's another cigar. Here's the Nazi one. Oh, see.
It can take off, but it wobbles.
The Bell experiments.
Yeah,
they put guns on it.
Put guns on it.
I'd be scared if I saw that coming at me. Let's put a 50 caliber on it.
I put this in here because it's the screenshot from that movie, The Fourth Kind, and you can see on the TV screen. It's got the Maltese cross.
Oh, nice find.
There you go. Well,
but this is another screenshot from that movie, The Fourth Kind.
Oh, I hate that.
Where they're like abducted by Anunnaki. Shows that.
Yeah, weren't they speaking Akkadian on there or something like that?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like so demonic.
This is like a biblical picture or some shit.
Oh, yeah. Just end of the world. Like coming out, end of days.
I think that might be related to Alexander the Great as well. I'm not sure though. That might be from later.
Probably.
There's a lot of this is another Nazi
If you
UFO.
saw this guy, you would run for your life.
It's got the 50 caliber machine gun on the front. all standard Nazi UFOs. Like I bet when people go to Antarctica and they go beyond the, they go back past the ice wall, they see these UFOs coming out with big guns on them. They're like, oh fuck, this just turned into a Doctor Who episode. Let's get the fuck out of here.
That's so funny.
This is some kind of Japanese documentation.
Once they pierced the ice shields, it said Nazis back there with the machine guns.
Oh shit, the Nazis are still around.
It's a movie. I love it.
These are just lots of random.
See that?
I mean, I don't think this is. I think they're using like photon accelerators that are spinning to make the centrifugal force.
Not a whole lot of space in there.
This is a Tesla.
Well, I got you on here and you're showing them some pictures. Keep them pictures coming. I'm really pissed off about kind of shit that's going on that society's being asked to accept. You heard that Tucker Carlson went over there to Ukraine, right?
It could all be a psyop. I mean, I don't trust anything.
It could all be a psyop. That's the end of today's radio. That's all we talk about, right, Daniel?
Yeah. I mean,
psyop.
Anything could be a psyop, and just about everything is.
So Tucker Carlson goes over there and he interviews the president of Russia, and now he's on Ukraine's kill list. Did you hear that?
Well, if they really want to kill him, they could. It must be just like psyop shit. Like they're putting on a big show.
Yeah, here's a good picture of
our government is okay with killing.
Well, the thing about it is think about the people that go to Russia.
Joe Biden would just go kill a guy that's trying to tell you
the truth. Back in the 90s, or even I think it was the 80s, Hillary went to Russia for 5 years when no Americans could, and that
Hillary?
Yeah, well, I just call them the collective two names, but but the
I like that picture.
Well, this is in Germany, the place where they would test the UFOs.
Chad Warren says in the chat, I wish we could build a conspiracy Disneyland where you could go on these experiences with Nazis and aliens.
I think a lot of UFOs. There's some Vibooty edge.
Can you go back to that one that looks like Stonehenge?
Wait, this one?
No, it's like a little further back. Yeah, that one.
That's in Germany.
I think that was part of the Bell experiment.
Yeah, I think that's the name of it. Well, it says Vril platform, so I'm not quite sure.
Well, Vril is like chi or ki or life force, kundalini. Basically, they're harnessing that energy.
I've got some pictures of those Chinese pyramids. Let me see if I can. This is like my ancient history folder. This is in Mystery Hill in Tennessee. Looks. I think I've shown you this before, haven't I?
No, that's weird though.
Yes.
Yeah, that's it's some kind of ancient city that is like in the shape of a giant hummingbird or mosquito or something. Like a star pattern. Here's the Chinese pyramids. See, they hid them from the public, and they had all these farmers farming there and stuff. This was taken from like I think this is 1950 or something. But I mean, you can see.
Hold on. Was a map of 1950 in 1950?
Yeah, some pilot flew above it, and noticed it, and took a shot of it. And,
in 1950.
Well, I can't remember the exact year, but
all right.
There was they've been basically halting any archaeology of the pyramids until really recently in China. Same with the that's the place that Pet Cemetery is based on. the Native American place. I'm pretty sure that's the place. That's Mayan sacrificial statue.
Yeah.
Ralph Epperson does a whole thing about that statue, and I can't really go into it, but
where's that statue at? Where's that statue?
those are
Where is that?
that's like a Mayan statue or Aztec.
Down, South America, somewhere.
This is an ancient orb that Michael Cremo documents that was found like 1 million years ago.
Michael Cremo came on here years ago and just blew our minds. Remember Michael Cremo, Daniel?
Yeah, long time ago, man. I'm forgetting a lot of this stuff and what they said. I'm gonna
more shit than
have to
we
get
can
them back on there.
Cremo was pretty smart. Damn, this is Egypt.
Daniel, you got to get Ralph Epperson on here. Will you do an interview with Ralph Epperson?
But he's just really old, and he's gonna need you're just gonna have to let him ramble on. He when I was talking to him on the phone,
Daniel, get him on here.
This is in a lake in Minnesota. I'm pretty sure it's like a spiral.
No, I don't want to be rude. I want to be exciting.
Looks like a giant turtle or
this
chaos spirals.
It could be a turtle with the head right there,
or a maze.
But you can see like a triangle right here.
What it means is civilization was more advanced, and the dickheads that run our world want us to know.
This is the different things. I'm making a video where I link this Chinese dog with this orb to the flower of life, and that's a huge. I got to make a whole video about that. This is a Native American.
At the end of this, Clint, I appreciate your donation to our understanding, but they are trying to kill us. Do you get that?
I'm actually do
you get that?
I mean, if they want to kill me, like the only thing I can do is make a joke out of it.
It's kind of
like why am I going to live my life freaking out and having anxiety over black SUVs?
It doesn't mean, but when I say that, Daniel, it doesn't mean be scared, get crazy. It just means they're trying to kill us. So,
what was that elephant guy?
Oh, that thing is crazy. It's I think it's a Hindu one.
Oh, dang.
But I mean, these are solid stone. I mean, ultra intricate carving. I mean, this would be so time consuming.
Millions of these around the world. That doesn't mean anything. What does that mean? I mean, as far as what you're trying to prove, what are you trying to
that they had freaking laser carving technology?
Well, not necessarily that, but this is like a piece of silver that Micro Cremo documents that was found at like 50,000.
Yeah, Cremo was real and hard on
candle holder.
Yeah, I think it was a bell. This is like an African dude with his hair showing that it's.
I'm starting to wonder if there wasn't advanced technology, the mud floods, Daniel.
Right. Well, that guy had hair, and then he had like. There's another one where it was like another guy wearing a helmet, and is he just wearing something over the hair, or is that like his hair underneath it?
That's his hair in the statue, but they would put like a golden. They'd put a golden snake that was like. It's like an Afro pick basically, but it was a golden snake, and they would wear him like that.
Have you seen that picture of like I think it's Nefertiti's corpse, decayed, mummified corpse, and her head's really long?
Huh? That's weird.
Yeah, he's showing here,
and they have like big eyes, like Akhenaten and Nefertiti. They have like these giant eyes, like they're almost like alien looking.
Oh yeah, there could definitely be some kind of a different DNA going on.
So this is the one I think I was trying to talk about, where I said it was in Bulgaria, but it's actually in Bosnia. Yeah. The Pyramid of the Sun and the Pyramid of the Moon. A lot of people believe it's a hoax, it's fake, but then others say no. You calling it a hoax is a hoax.
Hold on, before you get down into this weird. What is this place called?
This is the Temple of the Sun located in Bosnia.
Yeah, this is Bosnian Pyramid.
No, I've heard of this. Bosnian pyramids. I knew a guy from Bosnia. I worked with him. He didn't tell me about the pyramid, but shit was really horrible. He did tell me some horrible stories.
Yeah, they have a lot of war going on around there.
Yeah, they had war going on.
Yeah, wasn't that like the early 90s, I think?
Yeah.
I think
Those
this
are
is
the news all the time.
some kind of other dialect of the Word of God or something.
Anyways, hold on, Clint.
Oh wait, that's the Bosnian pyramid too. Okay, so yeah, this has this is some kind of etching on the Bosnian pyramid. On unknown language. Let's see. What is this? This is a different monolith site. Brazil. It's like a Brazil Stonehenge.
Can't quite read the comments.
Just reading letters from people who lived before public education demonstrates that the high school tests and stuff were really advanced back in the 1800s. Damn it, I'm trying to get more. Yeah, see, this is what pyramid is. This is some, I don't remember the location of this one, but so these ancient artifacts. This is just a stele with the flower life, but also has a flower really similar to the Rosicrucian symbol, but this is like a
that looks almost Celtic. That looks Druidic.
Like most people aren't able to like research this stuff or even see it because most of us barely have enough money to just like pay our bills and shit. Like we'd never be able to take enough time off and have enough money to go see this stuff firsthand or fund any kind of excavation.
The little time I have, I just study symbols and shit, Daniel. I do study them, by the way.
These monoliths.
That looks like a Stonehenge. That looks like English monolith, right?
So that Calinish, I'm not sure where that's at. Calinish. This is Nazca, I'm pretty sure, right here. It's like a.
Have you heard of the star forts and the mud floods and the?
Well, I think that they're.
Have you heard this yet?
Well, I think the ancient civilizations are much more ancient than just any type of thing like that. I think there's layers underneath the tectonic plates that are being dissolved and melted, and that sometimes they come up and through volcanoes and stuff, like pieces of weird shit
bubbling up.
That's just a Celtic golden bracelet. Damn it, there's that one deity again, the sacrificial deity that Ralph Epperson is obsessed with.
Yeah.
He does like a whole hour thing on that whole thing. This civilization though, this is the
Hey, did we mention Ralph Epperson?
Oh yeah. Well, this is
yes.
this is the Chaco Canyon, and fucking this civilization was advanced.
I always wondered about the Civil War, and it wasn't until I read Ralph Epperson's book that I found out what really happened. England got behind the South.
Oh yeah.
Doesn't that figure, Daniel?
I didn't
Doesn't
know
that figure? Yeah,
they were 100.
Ralph Epperson's book. It'll blow your fucking mind.
Well, they were also. Well, he's gonna need help. Well, you're gonna have to quit drinking because he's gonna need help selling them. But
well, he can sell them on here. What are you talking about?
Well, anyways,
if I quit drinking, he'll sell them faster.
Well, I mean, he's 86. I mean,
30 years old.
He's on his. He thinks he's on his deathbed when I talk to him on the phone, and I'm like, no, dude, you got another 20
How is
years.
my drinking gonna affect the sales of his book?
You're gonna have to drive there and hang out with him because fucking. I think he's kind of needs
close
to
to him.
hang out. But these are China.
Clint is setting shit up, Daniel, that I did not, sign on for. I'm gonna go visit Ralph Epperson. Clint is trying to get me to go visit Ralph Epperson.
Oh my god!
I mean, he's like a legend.
I live very close to him, and he's a legend. I could do an interview. I could videotape all this.
One day,
it would be priceless. One day, I'm here now.
When those donations really start coming in, we're all gonna just like quit our jobs and.
No, we're talking about I'm gonna go
all day, every day. Fucking research and go explore ancient sites, dig shit up.
Anyway,
yeah, some of these are weird. This is in the Middle East.
I may visit Ralph. We call him at least.
That's the Bosnian pyramid, I think.
Earlier we were talking about how Alex Jones was like to distract people from Bill Cooper. Do you think that Coast to Coast was kind of the same thing?
I think William Cooper accuses the dude of being a Skull and Bones and a Mason. And even if the dude was a Mason, still I think he was just trying to put on a show and not be such a skeptic and let people say their supernatural stories. And William Cooper thought that sitting around talking about UFOs is just a waste of time, and that, you know, Cooper admits that he's seen UFOs and stuff, but I mean, I think Cooper has kind of a harsh opinion of the Art Bell show, because I mean, I did listen to it too, and I did hear stuff that was not accurate, but I also enjoyed the show, and a lot of it was really cool. And you know, it's like one of my friends was in prison, and that's all he listened to was Art Bell, and that got him by it.
Well, the Art Bell interview with Terrence McKenna got me massively into both the guys, Art Bell and Terrence.
They're incredible. They're incredible.
Oh yeah, those are good interviews. This is like a pregnant serpent mound. I don't remember the locations.
Wow.
Avebury, Stuckley. So I think that's England, actually. I thought it was.
All right,
America.
Guys. I apologize, Clint, but I am starting to fade out here. It's getting late. It's way past my bedtime. We'll have to hopefully continue some slides next week or later episode.
I still got like I got like 50 more. Jesus.
But let's go ahead and say goodbye to Todd. Todd.
End of the show. Hey, everybody. Right on. Good to see you. Keep on rocking the end of days, because you know the world's coming to an end. It's the end of days radio show. Right?
Correct.
And we'll see you next 2 weeks from now, Daniel. I love you, my man.
All right, Todd. Love you too.
Love everyone that tunes in. Keep on rocking.
Peace and love.
Peace, love.
Peace. Alrighty, and that gets us back to Clint. Please do your plugs and say your goodbyes, my friend.
All right. Well, I think Todd needs to switch to weed. But yeah, I guess on YouTube, Third World Assassin, Clint Eastwood, just like it's spelled. William Cooper, he really hits the nail on the head with a lot of the research and how it relates to modern times. I mean, it'll blow your mind. I mean, I've listened to all sorts of people, and it seems like the most potent information source, and that I mean, I did make some new slideshow videos. I haven't made any for like 13 years, and I threw those up. Like, I think I made 10 of them about Freemasonry, the Illuminati, what else? Just random shit, and then some about the deity Isis / Tanit / Easter, and then one about the communist world government, and then I started one. My most recent one is about this. I think I showed you this before. The thing that Robert Hieronymus sent to me, his college thesis to get a doctorate, and it's about the Great Seal of the United States. And I think I lost the page. Fuck. The point though I started off making in the video that I was making is that, well, I already made part 1, but I had to say a precursor to the video from this book, because the 68th Convocation of the Rosicrucian Order talks about, in modern time, the Illuminati soul science, and fucking this book that Robert Hieronymus wrote documents about Thomas Jefferson claiming that he's seen some cloaked figure bring him the other side of the seal, because you know how the one side's the eagle and the other side's the pyramid, and that the pyramid side is the Illuminati seal, which is accurate. And Thomas Jefferson brought that side in and claimed some cloaked figure, which I read all the references for it that Robert Hieronymus throws down. He throws down the author's names and the dates, but even I can't find the page. I mean, I can just sum it up though. Basically, but there was other witnesses that said the means of the seal was very seemed like it was almost supernatural, where like some sort of cloaked figure came out of nowhere and brought him the seal, the Illuminati seal. I mean, I don't think it was actually supernatural, but but bringing it back to the Rosicrucian point about how the 68th Convocation was written in 1917, and that they talk about the soul science and the seal of the United States being the Illuminati on the 6 points of the star, and like fucking they're right in the book. I make a huge point on the book where it says this book is written in the esoteric language, meaning it's written in the symbolic language, and that it even then says that their language is never written. And so right off the bat that's in the esoteric language. But basically the point of it is that I'm going to prove that the Illuminati in 1916 says that they're claiming the throne on the seal, and claiming that that it's the soul science, man is God bullshit, and fucking the Luciferian philosophy. And that, I think the founding fathers were possibly undermined by Thomas Jefferson, and that he was Illuminati, and that the Illuminati doctrine, the Illuminati eventually took over everything that the founding fathers created, and then used the Civil War. I mean, that's a whole other subject, but the Rosicrucian book is detrimental because it says exactly about, read it from front to back and you'll see what the secret societies are all about, and don't get caught up in the in the razzmatazz of it, because it's not real. It's fucking people that are demented, that are suffering from schizophrenia, that fucking they believe that they're the Jesus energy running through them, and they are the Illuminati and the the highest secret societies, and that they're the ones holding the ball, like straight up 100%. And they built that temple. They talk about a temple in the book that was built as the new the only new sacred ground for the their religion, and that the place is called Beverly Hall. But I mean, I guess that's about it. Freaking yeah.
Before we let you go, Clint, what did you think about this whole thing that our guest brought up about the Hittites? I mean, it's kind of new to me.
Oh yeah, well, I mean, they were like synonymous with Babylonian and Phoenician, and the whole area were just different dialects of one another, and that their symbolism was slightly changed, and they were they were operating by the same tune of the stonemason, the ancient stonemason, basically like union, where they were bricklayers, and like Babylon is all bricks, and fucking they were making these bricks and carving stones, and it was like a guild that was undermined the king in a way to where like in the Queen of Sheba episode that William Cooper does, the Queen of Sheba is that Hiram Abiff makes Solomon jealous because his people, the snap of a finger, fucking start building all this shit, and then Solomon can't even get their attention. And then I don't know if it's metaphor or what, but like the power of the Masons of the ancient times, where they did everything to make money, and they were making mad money, and it's like the only time that the I think the whole Jesus clique thing was, I think that group was they made their own Freemasonry, and that was the original Christianity, and that it was somehow different than the Middle Eastern culture that was running the scheme, with because there was a secret society within the Babylonian culture, which is the red horror religion, aka the religion that the Jewish slaves, they recorded what the Babylonians were doing and then encoded it in the Kabbalah. And they encoded it because they didn't want people to know, they didn't want certain people to know about it because they knew it was evil. And they wanted to keep it on record to, show what know their enemies, basically. But it seemed like the Jesus clique was definitely they were operating on a different, I think they encountered some type of shamanism, and they were formed some type of alliance against the slave, the farming of mankind by Rome,
Alrighty, fascinating stuff, Clint. Unfortunately, we're getting close to that 5-hour mark again, so I'm going to let you go, buddy. But thank you so much for joining us. It has been enlightening as usual.
Oh yeah, take it easy. Watch out for people in the bad neighborhoods.
Yeah, exactly. Watch out for people, because these times are tough. People are desperate, and they don't seem to be doing much about crimes being committed, at least in my area. Oh boy, it's almost midnight in the desert of the surreal. Just real quick, sports, just wanted to mention that we are literally 48 hours or something like that from the Super Bowl. I'm excited. It just feels like there's a lot at stake this year. I think everybody wants to see the 49ers get theirs, yet in their way is the Mahomes ball throwing machine and the duo of Tate and Kelsey, the Traylor. Can they get past the evil Illuminati witch and her deceptive ways and her glamour? The proud men of San Francisco, the 49ers, they are our only hope against this witch. So hopefully they prevail. I don't really have a dog in the fight. I'm a Seahawks fan, and we're very hardcore around here. You can't go promoting other teams. So I'm just going to say I hope it's a good show. I hope the Super Bowl halftime show has plenty of Illuminati symbolism for us to decode on this program and otherwise on social media. Always love getting into that stuff. It's usually a great performance, and your mind races thinking about what the different symbolism could mean. Last year, the thing with Rihanna being raised up into the sky, she's wearing the red dress, the Red Queen, or the harlot. She's got a prego belly. Well, what's going on there? Was that the Moonchild? Looking forward to it. Looking forward to the other commercials. Looking forward to who comes out on top. Also, over to the world of pro wrestling. WWE is getting really hot right now. A lot of controversy going on surrounding the whole Roman Reigns, Cody Rhodes, The Rock situation. It seems they swerved us all. They got us thinking that The Rock was going to take Cody's spot, and nobody has an idea if it was done spontaneously or if this was the plan all along. It seems that Cody's getting his spot back now, if you watch the press conference for WrestleMania. And we're all wondering if we got swerved, and that's great because that means they managed to fool us again finally. And that's a good sign that things are headed in a good direction. So really excited about WrestleMania this year. If you have time, check out the Katy Perry Chain to the Rhythm music video. I think this came out in like 2017, and there's a lot of weird, creepy shit in there. People wearing like these bubble things over their heads, like they're trying to avoid something, if you catch my drift. People walking around with chains on their legs. It just seems chock full of Illuminati symbolism and an overall message of how enslaved we all are. A lot of stuff about Trump in the news lately. I don't know what to think of that. I don't know if they want this guy in or what. Nikki Haley doesn't seem to have a shot in hell, so I'm sure she'll be off the world stage in due time. Good having a new panel member on tonight. I think he went by Alex or something like that. The Alexandrous Filth, who once came on the show. Pretty cool hearing from him. He's a pretty smart guy, and it's it'd be good to have him on feature panels. My God, the more big brains we get on here, the better. I mean, I can't even put into words how much I've learned from doing the show, and now it's like everything's hitting a whole new level. It's just become a think tank, and the show's getting more and more popular, and it's really something that hasn't existed. So the novel things that we're doing here, and the amount of people that are picking up on it, and trying to duplicate it. You can duplicate what we're doing, but you can't duplicate us. Not today, baby, because you can't teach that. I guess I should say goodbye. Please donate to the show. I haven't said that yet. Thank you so much to everybody that has donated. Thank you. You are helping this show so much, keeping the lights on, keeping the servers up, helping me make ends meet. My God, I don't charge you for the show. It's free. It's supposed to help humanity and not just be another one of these platforms that just wants the money. Money seems to ruin everything. If we can keep this going and not make it be about money, I think that's a good thing. But the donations, they really do help. It's good to get paid a little bit for doing this, and to have some kind of incentive there, and some kind of ability to sustain things. So I just really thank you guys that donate, because you guys are the ones that keep this show free for everybody else. Let's put it that way. When you donate, you guarantee that this show stays free, because that's what it takes. It takes the choice of the individual to decide, hey, I'm getting this for free. Hey, Daniel's not perfect. He makes mistakes here and there. He, he's a flawed human, but what the hell? He's bringing us this show for free. He's working hard on it. He's been doing it for years, like over a decade. And whether you're a huge fan of me or you're a huge fan of this show, if you appreciate it, then please donate. Like it's not something you'll ever have to do, but if you make that choice, then I guarantee you get some points to go to heaven or something like that, because this show is all about truth. I just went on way too long about that. Don't say I guess I better go. It's hard for me to let go of the mic sometimes. Like when I got a firm grip on it, I just don't want to leave, because I know I'm just connecting to you all out there, and the waves are being sent out, and people are becoming enlightened. But the length of the show is something that confuses me. It seems that everybody enjoys it. I get plenty of advice telling me that it's too long. It's too long. It's too long. But how can you push everything back into Pandora's box and keep it small and tight? How do you do that when you have all the information flowing and stuff like that? Plus, it takes a little while to get worked up. Maybe that's just the unique. I'm stuttering like a motherfucker. That means I must be tired. But it's probably the uniqueness of the show that we can thank. But I'm going to get out of here before I turn into an even bigger, tired mess. I love you guys. Thank you so much. This is Daniel signing out from those decrepit, broken ruins. I'm so glad to have you guys. I'm so glad to be a part of this, to be behind it, whatever. I'm just so glad to have everybody on the panel. Like, what a clique we got here. What a clique. I mean, you want to talk about the wolf pack? Shit, this is the wolf pack. This is the real wolf pack right here. This is the shit. This is the clique. This is the show everybody wants to come on. This is the clique that everybody wants to hang out with. The quicker you understand that, the better you will do in life. I thank you guys so much once again. This is like the Oscars or Grammys where they just thank everybody and you fall asleep. But I thank everybody so much. I'm Daniel. I'm signing out from that 80 shitty gritty Emerald City. Have a wonderful night. Good night.